Ready. Stuff under these decks.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome to the Playing Away Pauper Invitational. We got you a fine collection of decks we're going to watch today. Diego, we want to go over exactly what these players are playing.
Alrighty. Well, starting with our match that we're going to feature first, we have Chronicle on Mardu Monarch. It looks roughly like a typical Monarch shell, but we have the Black Splash, which isn't uncommon, but it's for Terminate, Reaping, Suffocating, and One Okiba Gang. So, Helsa, you had some thoughts about this choice.
Yeah, it seems likely that Reaping the Graves is the most high impact addition from adding the black. And the addition of Terminate, Suffocating Fumes, and Okiba Gang Shinobi seem more specific for certain matchups. I'm not sure how much how much impetus they had to add something like Terminate if they weren't already going through the trouble of putting Reaping the Graves in their library.
Yeah, it's definitely something. It's not uncommon, but typically you only see like one Reaping, tops, maybe one Suffocating, and it's not a heavy splash, but it's still a little enough high maintenance to require some bending of the mana base. Especially because you're not running Golden Egg, you're running Spare Supplies, which is the correct choice in my opinion, but it still does hurt when you're trying to splash that third color.
Fortunately, these cards are perfectly fine late game, so it seems like they'll have time to find some black mana. Their opponent, though, is playing Tron, but not the Tron that you're thinking of. They're playing Cascade Tron, which takes out all of the flicker stuff, all the teachings nonsense, and is just playing very big creatures. And this Cascade Tron is the most fun way to play Tron, and certainly much more fun to play against than a Foglock Tron would be.
Yeah, I can't get mad at anything that can chain Maelstrom, Annoyed Altasaur, Boarding Party, Mold Drifter.
That is the ideal. Hopefully, we'll see some sweet Cascade chains. And this matchup is probably going to be a lot more exciting than a Fogtron versus a Mardu Monarch matchup would be.
Yeah.
And
hopefully less open and shut.
Yep. Fortunately, this will be our feature match that we'll see first off. But if we can go back to the bracket, we can check out the other lists that we may see today, if we have the time. Hopefully we do. The other matchup is Cusco versus Alex. Let's start with Alex here. So, looks like a traditional Boros bully deck.
Yep. You also had mentioned earlier that it was actually running more Monarch cards than the actual Monarch variation, which is kind of interesting. But they also run I believe, more prismatic strands. Yeah, they run uh
The
or
full 4
yeah, the
strands
full
is
4.
that's a lot of fogging.
It
And
is.
I guess if you're beating down with Squadron Hawks and Seekers, you can just bash, play another creature, and then your opponent doesn't get to do damage that next turn.
Yeah. I think because they have the 4 Faithless looting, they can get away with that. 3 Palace Sentinels is still a little heavy. But again, Faithless looting, if you need to dump it, you can just dump it. It's one of the upsides. But yeah, it's a pretty standard list. We typically do see one Guardian of the Guild Pact just as a good threat for mirrors or removal heavy matchups, especially mirrors because you can get in and steal back the monarchy. But yeah. So then for our next, who is
It'll be
playing?
Cusco on Mono Black Aggro, which is basically a Mono Black burn list that very rarely shows up, but with remarkably more creatures. It's got 15 creatures in it, which is not really a burn list at that point.
Yeah, it's a variation on the rogue deck, the literal rogue deck, not the fact that the deck is rogue. It's both.
Yeah.
But it and the whole point is that you can run morsel theft. Now, for those of you who don't know what morsel theft it does, which I would imagine is most people, it is a 4 mana tribal sorcery. So that was a Warwind block mechanic where it's attached to a creature type, but it is a tribal sorcery rogue, and it has another Warwind block mechanic, Prowl. So you can pay 2 mana instead of the usual 4. If you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with a rogue, and it reads, target player loses 3 life and you gain 3 life, so heal it, or a Sovereign's Bite. But if you cast it using the Prowl cost, which you're always ideally looking to do, you draw a card, which is a very powerful effect if you can turn that on consistently. I believe the last time this deck 5-0'd, it was only running 8 rogues, but it was running 12 rogues, but we are up to 15.
That is a lot more.
Yeah.
And
Night Market
Morsel
Lookout
Theft
is...
Night Market Lookout is one of the extra rogues they added, right?
Yeah, I think that was missing from the original list. It's definitely an interesting inclusion, just because all the others have some form of evasion. Prickly Bargart has Fear. Changeling Outcast is the best one because it can't be blocked. Ghoul Draws does eventually get Intimidate.
Okay. And Morsel Theft is a broken card. If 2 mana, drain 3, and draw a card, that card can't be printed. But Morsel Theft, you've got to work for it. You've got to play these rogues. So
yeah.
Okay. All right, and the other 2 matchups are Ferret versus Sazitsu, I guess. That would be blue-black fairies versus white-black pestilence, establishment decks. And the 4th match is mono-black control versus burn, red burn. Again, 2 established decks. So they have some interesting card choices, but we'll have to see those when we see the deck plays. And here's our first matchup, Cascade Tron versus Mardu Monarch. We got some shuffling and a mysterious bracket in the middle. All right, so a lot of this is going to hinge on player draw. If the Tron deck's on the play and they've got the God draw, there really isn't anything that the Monarch player is going to be able to do. once the Tron player starts to play boarding parties and Altasaurs and Maelstrom Colossuses, it really doesn't matter if the Mardu Monarch player is playing a bunch of 2/2 flyers. You really don't do anything against giant 6/5 reaches or 7/7s attacking you or whatever. Fortunately, they're still shuffling. But if the Mardu deck can get a little aggressive early, maybe they play turn 2 artifact, turn 3 play a couple creatures, then I could see them racing the Cascade Tron deck and getting him into burn range sooner than later. This is one of the matchups where the Black Splash doesn't help very much. Having a Terminate to kill a 6/5, that's nice, but you only got one. And Akiba Gang Shinobi is not nearly as impactful as it would be against a Fogtron deck, because the Cascade Tron deck, it's gonna have just a bunch of creatures to block the ninja, so you're not gonna get a second hit in. And it opens you up to getting hit by the fiery cannonades. Oh, our matchup has started. However, you may not be able to see most of it. Looks like we've got a early Thraben Inspector and Bounce Land. Reasonable start from the Monarch player.
Side. On the Tron land side, I believe it was 2 Tron lands and a Prophetic Prism. Already? One Tron land. Yeah.
Okay, so the Tron deck's looking for more Tron pieces.
Yep.
They may have a crop rotation ready in hand, and they're just looking for a tower or a plant. We'll see what they do. They've cast an Impulse, so if they play a Tron piece, we'll know what happened.
Yeah. If they can assemble Tron early, then it's kind of curtains for Boros here.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
There's the tower. Will we see a crop rotation here? It does not appear so. It appears they're casting a Muldrifter Evoked, which is not optimal, but maybe they'll find a crop rotation.
Yep.
They've seen a lot of cards to not have Tron at this point. With 4 crop rotations, 4 of each Tron piece, casted Impulse, and a Divination, and the cantrip off the Prism.
Yeah.
Fortunately, they're not facing too much pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is one of the flaws of Monarch over Bully, is that you don't have that threat of just, if they slip up one turn, then you utterly annihilate them. Yeah.
We've got ourselves a cantrip plus a Guy Fisher to bring it back from the Monarch player.
Yep.
All right, facing 5 damage a turn is quite a lot. If the Tron player is unable to get Tron this turn, they are going to be quite behind. Unlike the Fogtron deck, the Cascade Tron deck does nothing without Tron. It has to have Tron. You're not going to win the game by playing 6 lands and playing a boarding party. It's just not going to happen. Oh, and we apparently hit Tron. So here's a Maelstrom Colossus. I guess they just drew Tron, cast Maelstrom Colossus, and then hit the crop rotation off the Maelstrom Colossus, which not optimal, but I mean, it's a good start.
You cast more Maelstrom Colossi next turn.
They also have the chance to play another spell this turn, like a fiery cannonade to kill 2 creatures.
Yeah.
Potentially. Or just more cantrips, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, they're casting something. Well, let's see what they got. They're thinking
Right.
real hard about how to tap here. Okay, they're
Yep.
impulsing and floating 2 colorless.
Yep.
They might have a Weather the
Right
Storm to just
choice.
gain 5 life. Or 15 life, rather.
Yeah. And especially when Monarch's only real hope is to like get in some beats and then burn them out with their 8 burn spells, then weather can kind of be devastating.
But they did not find a Weather the Storm, and they didn't have
Yep.
any spells to cast, so they let that 2 mana go, and it's back to Monarch.
Yeah.
I assume that tapped artifact would be Spare Supplies.
Mhm.
So Spare Supplies is quite an improvement over the non-prism artifacts that Monarch deck used to play. Golden Egg
Yeah.
to gain life is okay. Alchemist Vial to stop a blocker or an attacker is okay, but drawing 2 cards is way better than just drawing 1 cards.
Yeah. Vial was only really. Vial got replaced by Golden Egg pretty quick because it was only really useful when facing down a opposing Guardian. Otherwise, you probably just wanted a blocker.
Tron player is under
Instead.
pressure.
Yep.
Their Colossus got exiled by a Journey to Nowhere, and then they took 5. Their life total is dropping precipitously.
Yep.
They should be at about 11. I think they took 1 from Thraben, and then 3 from Thraben plus Glinthawk, and then 5 here. So I'm not sure. I guess they can just play a couple creatures here and get out of this, though.
Yeah. Getting some life gain would be
Oh,
big.
do they have double cannonade?
Ooh. Even single cannonade's a big
Single
deal.
cannonade's pretty good.
Yeah. They are still within blast bolt range or double blast range. So not out of the woods just yet.
Well, the
Yeah,
Tron deck
they've
also
got
needs to get pressure on the board. Otherwise, they're just going to sit and do
Yeah.
nothing for a while.
Yeah, but they do have the inevitability.
Well, they both have inevitability, unfortunately, for the Tron player, because eventually the Boros deck will draw 20 points of burn.
Yeah.
So, and this deck, this Tron build, is not a Fogtron deck. It doesn't have teachings to get Weather the Storm or Pulse of Marasa, and then they can't do a lock with that. Oh,
Yeah.
you've got oh, there's another Colossus. Nice.
All right,
Impulse,
come on.
fine.
No cascade into cascade.
That'll be next turn, don't worry.
All right.
They can refill on more Cascade creatures for next turn. They could get a Prism here to get more colored mana sources. Or they could miss, because Impulse sometimes just misses. Alright. We only have 2 power on the board on the other side. And they're cantripping, so the Tron deck isn't dead this turn, as far as we know.
Yeah.
That's always the sad part, is where your opponent has 2 red mana, they play a Great Furnace, they attack, and then they just blast.
Yeah.
We'll see if the Tron player can find a Weather or a Pulse before that happens.
Yeah. Here we are seeing like the real downside of not having that lock. I've always said that, especially before Cascade, Crusher was one of the most overrated cards in Pauper because it is just so many decks can just easily ignore it.
Or
for
you
example,
paid 8 mana
Boros.
and they paid 2 mana, like this Journey to Nowhere. At least those Maelstrom Colossuses got to cast a spell before they were ceremoniously removed from play.
Yeah.
So, I guess the Mardu player did not play another creature. That's very good for the Tron deck, assuming the Tron
Yeah.
deck hits something off that impulse.
Yep. Again, they've seen a ton of cards, and we know that they weren't hitting Tron lands off of those previous like impulses, just because it took them a bit. So
The Boros deck is paying 2 mana and casting cards like Prismatic or Prophetic Prism and Spare Supplies, which are artifacts that cantrip when they come into play. They'll draw a card whenever they cast them.
it just
the idea
another
is
Spare Supplies.
Yeah, the idea is you play those artifacts and then you play cards like Poor Skyfisher and Glinthawk to get those artifacts back, play them again. Your flying creature now cantripped. They effectively drew a card by playing these cantripping artifacts. It takes a ton of mana, but it is a efficient way to draw cards. Well, an effective way to draw cards, if not efficient.
Oh man.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
I think I was looking at Boros, but I think they might have just Altasaur boarding partied Moldrifter.
Yeah, this game is over. I don't see the Monarch deck coming back from this unless they can burn him out here. Because like they'll gain 12, 15 life.
Yeah.
And have a board. And the Monarch deck has used both journeys that they're playing in the main deck. So all they have is 1 Terminate for that Altasaur, or they have to use 2 spells.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, once again, it's just such like Cascade was such a
blasting a boarding party is
yeah.
Because you do have to kill boarding party at some point. It's 6 damage a turn. So
yep.
But that means they've used one of the burn spells that could have gone face to end the game, or could go towards the Altasaur so that they could start attacking.
Yeah. Again, I was just talking about like Cascade over big dumb creatures. Like getting that immediate value, especially with Boarding Party. Boarding Party is such a good card. Mm-hmm.
Boarding Party it does a lot. Like a 6/3 haste, that's a fine creature. 6 mana means they can hit Moldrifter off of it, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
And you being able to hit it, like if you go Altasaur in a Boarding Party, do you really need to hit Moldrifter? You can, but pretty much any spell at that point is going to be fantastic.
Yeah. I remember old Fangren Tron, like that was the old like big Tron. As the name implied, it ran Fangren Marauder.
Yeah.
Ready.
All right, so Tron's at 21, Marauder Monarch's at 20. But the Tron deck has established their mana, they've established their color sources, and they have a Bonder's Ornament to continue to find gas in case they start failing to draw spells. So it's looking unpleasant for the Monarch player, but they could come back still. It looks
checking
like
their yard.
The Monarch player bashed, and the Altasaur did not block. So the Tron player may be getting aggressive here.
Nobody remembers Reach. Nobody remembers Reach on the Jespara Sentinel either. The 1/2 elf that you tap another creature at a mana of any color. Nobody remembers it.
Right,
when I was playing elves, I killed 2 Fae with that just because people forgot.
In the same game, or
no, not in the same game.
Because that would be impressive.
I ran into Fae like 3 times that league.
Yeah, I think you will run into Fae a lot in leagues.
I've been
run into Fae a little bit later today in this tournament.
Yeah.
So I think they just chose not to block with Altasaur, just so that their Altasaur wouldn't get bolted.
Yeah.
Maybe they're going to try to caves up the Altasaur here.
Yep, looks like
Make it
Caves is coming down.
I don't know if they're targeting the Altasaur or the Mole Drifter. Altasaur it is. It's really hard to beat an 8/7 in combat here.
8/7 trample.
That's also 2 shots, right?
Yeah.
It'll deal 10 this turn if they attack with the Mole Drifter and the Altasaur.
Yep.
Oh, and another okay. Yeah, the Mardu player is gonna need to terminate and a Black Source pretty quickly.
Things are not looking so hot. Let's see. So post board. I mean, not that the game's over yet. I just wouldn't be surprised if it was over in the near future.
Well, the Mardu player could have a Blast and a Bolt.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an Ancient Den hiding on the corner there.
That is an Ancient Den. They played it earlier.
Cool.
But
so
I think they would need 2 pieces of removal. There's a Bolt.
That killed the Mole Drifter. So
yeah,
even if the Tron player had attacked with that Mole Drifter, it would have just gotten bolted, not done the damage. So the Mardu player does have another turn. So even if they take all the damage, it'll be fine. Assuming they don't have a boarding party as well. Okay. Oh, we're starting with a Hawk to cantrip.
Oh yeah, I think that's game. They would need to hit like a Monarch Prismatic Strands probably. To stay in.
No, I think so if the Tron player has 20 lands on top, all the Monarch player needs is a Blast plus another burn spell for that Altasaur.
Yeah.
There's a Bajuka Bog. It's a Black Source, but it might be a little slow.
Yep.
The Altasaur does have Trample, so you're not going to be chumping that. But maybe the Mardu player double blocks the Altasaur and then blasts it.
Mm-hmm.
Could be an option. There's another Caves.
Alrighty.
We'll see what kind of spells the Tron player wants to cast. Another Ornament. Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
There's no Rolling Thunder, so we don't have to worry about an X spell coming from the Tron player.
Yeah, it might have been correct to spin an ornament before playing an ornament.
Yeah,
but I mean, they're Tron. They have a billion mana.
I think if you're playing ornament first, it's a sign that you're wanting to cast other spells. But I'm not sure what those other spells would be.
Yeah.
We will see, though. They've a nice hand of cards there.
Yeah.
Thinking about attacking the Mole Drifter into a Core Skyfisher, chose not to. If they did attack with the Mole Drifter, it is like a 100% sign of a Fiery Cannonade.
Yeah.
But that also might have been a sick bluff. I don't know.
We'll see. Or they could have just really wanted to get that 3 extra damage through with the Altasaur.
Alright, so they took the damage from Altasaur, no blocks, which brings them to 4, I believe. Yep. And then they bolted the Mole Drifter in response to a Caves on it.
Yeah. So why is it still out in the battlefield?
I think they're impulsing in response. I don't know what they could get. Maybe they are representing a counterspell. I think deck lists are public though, so I'm not sure what the point of that is.
Yep.
I guess there's no reason not to, because you're just gonna impulse anyway.
Yeah. Might as well.
Alright, that's 5, 6. Nope, they're just drawing a card off the ornament.
Yep.
I believe that's a second tower on the bottom of that top stack. So they should have 1 floating. Is this a crop rotation? This is a crop rotation. They're going to get more colorless mana, presumably.
Yep.
And then this Mole Drifter will eventually die to this bolt.
Yeah.
That poor Mole Drifter is just sitting in limbo. Is like, I'm very dead, but I'm going to stay here as long as I can. All right, goodbye, Mole Drifter. All right, so the Tron player has 5 mana. Let's see what they got.
Yep.
And there's 4. Are they just drawing a card with the ornament?
Looks like that might be...
Oh, a wall to get back Impulse, I guess. All right, that Bajuka Bog did help, because otherwise they would have gotten back the life gain storm card, Weather the Storm.
Yeah.
And that would have closed the game out pretty much. But
I think like having any life, because they've spent so much burn on the creatures.
They have spent 10 points of burn on creatures, I believe.
Yeah.
And they didn't get to attack last turn. Like, they kept their creatures back. So I think that means that the Tron player is still at 21. So the Mardu Monarch player does have a little bit of a time here.
Yep.
Oh, there's the Terminate. All right, that Bog did its work. Stop the wall from having as many targets, and then cast a Terminate. If the Tron player blanks for 20 more draws, there the Mardu Monarch player could be in a winning position.
Yeah, just 3 Bonders ornaments out.
Yeah, that's kind of difficult.
Yeah. Do they have all their towers? No, they don't have all their towers. That was
They're starting with a Prism, so 2 mana cantrip. They played on their Mine. Interesting. There's an Altasaur. They're tapping 2 ornaments for green manas. Yep. Let's see what they cascade into.
Alrighty.
Oh, that would have been exciting. Still pretty exciting.
Oh.
You cannot cascade into a 8 mana card with your 7 mana card.
Unfortunate.
Oh, Pulse. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's
all right, we're done here.
That's curtains. Yeah, wrap it up, folks.
Go up to 23. Have double Altasaur. Boarding party attacking this turn. Yeah. We'll see what they hit off the second Altasaur, but even if they hit a crop rotation and basically miss, there's just too much life on the Tron side and too much beef on the Tron side.
Yeah, do they have any more boarding parties left in their deck?
I think they've only cast 2.
Yeah. Come on, let's see that. Rub that salt. All right.
I'm casting Cannonade here. I'm killing that Glinthawk. Yeah, it makes bolts. Yeah. Oh, there's not even any red mana on the other side. Yeah, easy Cannonade kill that Hawk. All right. There's a Prismatic Strands to prevent red damage, presumably. Oh, and a Cannonade in response. Wait, I guess that's okay. All right, so the first Cannonade kills the Hawk, then red damage is prevented, and then Cannonade. This boarding party does no damage. Make sure the players understand that, I guess.
I guess.
Wait. Okay. Cool. The Monarch player could have gotten a free kill on the boarding party, I believe. Oh wait, yeah, because they hit the first Cannonade off of the Altasaur.
Well, it's a pirate.
Is it a pirate? Oh my god!
Yeah,
this is amazing. Yeah. This is amazing.
It's the literal. It's the one case in all of Pauper where Fiery Cannonade actually has a drawback.
So Fiery Cannonade only dealing 2 damage to non-pirates. If it dealt 2 damage to all creatures, that core Skyfisher could have blocked the boarding party for free because red damage was prevented. But I guess they could have blocked it for free anyway, but they wouldn't have actually eaten the boarding party.
Would not have mattered.
I believe this is a concession from the Monarch player. Yeah. It's really hard to win a game when your opponent goes to 23 life and then has 20-something power in play.
Yeah. Not a
that
great
pulse was pretty good
to be in. Yeah. Oh, man.
Anyway, sideboard time.
Yeah. So what do you think they're bringing in? Tron could potentially bring in Pillage, I guess.
Well, the
Uh,
Monarch player is going to bring in 2 Molten Rains.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I think it seems really hard to bring in Relic of Progenitus when the opponent only has 1 Pulse of Marasa that cares about the graveyard and 1
Yeah.
Mnemonic Wall, I guess.
Yeah, it's yeah,
Um,
neither of them are really aimed at boarding against each other. I guess you could board in Grudge on Tron's side,
I
but
like
that
Grudge
seems
because if you grudge a artifact land, you
yeah.
are ahead, and if you
Hmm.
grudge their 1 cantripping artifact, their creatures stop functioning. So
Yeah, I think Grudge,
ancient grudge
Ancient Grudge.
to just destroy artifact lands and some of the cantripping cards. But like if they play a prophetic prism and you ancient grudge it, and then they just play another prism, you really didn't accomplish much. Kind of
Yeah.
rough.
Well, you do have the flashback,
Yep.
so
Yeah.
but uh it's also, I think Grudge is a lot more potent on the play, just because
Yeah.
on the play you can hypothetically, if they keep a hand with an artifact land, bounce land, and you Grudge, then they're just completely high and dry.
This is interesting though. The Tron deck has 9 blue spells. 4 of them are Mole Drifters. 1 of them is Mnemonic Wall. Pretty good.
Yep.
And then 4 of them are Impulse. Do you
Yeah.
bring in Pyroblast if you are the Mardu player?
No. No.
Okay.
There's nothing I want to cut over that. Like,
Um,
yeah.
there's no Abrades or Ancient Grudges in the Mardu sideboard. They have Gorilla Shaman
Yeah.
instead, and Gorilla Shaman does not seem good enough for this
Yeah,
matchup.
you want to spend 7 mana to blow up a uh Wander's Ornament.
Not great. So I think they're just cutting Suffocating Fumes and a Guardian of the Guild pack for those Molten Rains.
Maybe. I might keep in Guardian.
Pretty bad. It's 4 mana for 2 power, and they can block it.
Well, yeah, I think it more of as a blocker, honestly, but it
Yeah,
is one of the cards on the short list to get
yeah.
cut.
I guess just blocking 3 damage a turn from Altasaur seems fine.
Yeah, and
So
getting boarding party without having to sack or having
I guess a
to,
Fumes and a Strands is a good cut.
yeah.
All right.
Strands is a little bit of a hard sell.
And over on the Tron side, cut the Cannonades, I guess.
Yeah.
Cannonade's okay.
It's fine. Maybe keep them in.
Well,
It's tricky.
do you bring in
Maybe
Moment's Peace if you're the Cascade Tron deck?
no,
I guess you
in
bring
my
in Weather the
opinion.
Storm.
Yeah,
Just gain a bunch of life.
Weather the Storm seems like a pretty good option when they're only, again, Monarch's only real out is bolting you down. But yeah, outside of that,
All right. I think I would cut 3 Cannonades for 2 Grudges and a Weather the Storm.
that
On the
seems about
draw, maybe Pillage is. God, Pillage seems so hard to work. Double red early.
yeah,
I don't think I would bring
yeah.
Pillage in.
I
Hitting
don't
a bounce
think
land is nice, but
you have to hit it early for it to really matter, and you're not hitting it early with double red. You'd have to
that is
have a
true.
really good draw. Have to Thriving Land, Prophetic Prism, an untapped land, 2 untapped lands. Yeah.
Or you could just have the nuts. Just have Tron Ornament. Turn 2 Prism, turn 3 Ornament Pillage. Get out of this
Yeah.
game. So notably the Mardu player does have the double Molten Rain, but the Tron player is running 4 crop rotations.
yeah.
And if you play a Molten Rain and they crop rotate it, you got really, really owned.
Yeah, it's not somewhere you ever want to be.
Yeah, but you have to play the Molten Rain. Just
Yeah.
being able to slightly disrupt them is pretty necessary. Oh,
Yeah.
somebody left the meeting. Oh no.
All right. We
So,
are working on a fix right now.
Fortunately, the game hasn't started, so we'll be able
Yeah.
to see them in a little bit in all of their glory. I guess the Mardu player is on the play, which certainly helps when you're playing Molten Rain. If you can turn 3 a Molten Rain on the play, that's way better than turn 3 Molten Raining on the draw.
Yeah.
It's much your opponent doesn't have access to a to untap mana plus a prism if they played it on turn 2. So you'll be able to freely Molten Rain without worrying about crop rotation. We're starting with a tap land from the Mardu player, which is fine. Got to get your tap lands out sometime.
Yeah.
Not having turn 1 Thriving Inspector does reduce your clock, but oh well. And here's a Thriving Grove from the other side, where tap lands all around. Is that a bounce land? Oh, that is a slow draw.
Yeah. Oh,
all right.
Tron land,
turn 2
Thriving. Ooh. See the
now
if the
we
Mardu
see player the has Great Furnace or Mountain and can play a turn 3 Molten Rain, they're not in bad shape, but
yeah.
Turn 2, I guess they can go untap land into Glinthawk and then they're in fine shape.
Yeah.
But playing another tap land's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So there's no clock on the Mardu side. The Tron player gets to just cantrip, draw cards, and might even be able to hold up a crop rotation here. They got to play Ornament. Okay. If they have crop rotation, they get to get Tron, and they'll probably win. They may be holding up crop rotation to protect from a Molten Rain, because the opponent has not had the opportunity to cast Molten Rain yet.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
we'll see.
2 Tron lands.
If they don't have crop rotation and there's a Molten Rain on the other side, maybe maybe the Mardu deck could be in fine shape, but with no clock on the Monarch side, they really do need the disruption. There's Palace Sentinels. Get Monarch.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good start.
All right. Tron player did not have crop rotation, or rather did not cast crop rotation. Oh, they're end of turn crop rotationing, aren't they? They are end of turn crop rotation.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
This is Oof.
Do they have an impulse too? Because
oh my god,
if they get to impulse and use their mana, that's pretty great. Otherwise, it didn't really matter if they end of turn crop rotated because they could have used the Grove to crop rotate itself. But we'll see.
Well, it saves a mana.
Nope, because the Grove would untap and they could just use the mana from that tap to. They do not have an impulse. They were just doing it for style points.
Yeah, but you get the mana that. Well, actually, no. Yeah, you're right.
They do get to thin. Are they? Oh, they're drawing with Ornament. That's not great.
Ooh.
Do they have a boarding party at least?
Oh, there's another Tron land. Having 2 towers is better than having 2 of any other of the Tron lands. But yeah.
Not being able to cast a spell there is rough. They had the ability to cast Altasaur or cast a Maelstrom Colossus, and they just blanked.
Yeah.
And even after they drew, they would have had the ability to cast a boarding party. So they don't have any of the Cascaders in hand. We can be pretty certain. Or they didn't have any of the Cascaders in hand. And if they drew one, there's the Molten Rain.
Already, we're seeing something.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that Molten Rain would have been bad last turn, and it was bad this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, again, that's one of the problems running that land destruction in a deck with so many tap lands, especially throwing in the Thriving lands to support the Black Splash.
Yeah. That is rough.
It's one of those things that you don't really think about until it happens. You don't really consider your curve.
Yeah.
When you're like, okay, I'm running enough, I have the ability to fit these the colored sources into my deck without changing up composition too much, but like those little tweaks. Oh man, another Bonder's spin.
I mean,
yeah.
the Tron deck does eventually need to draw a relevant spell. Otherwise, the Mardu deck will kill them. So
they can't.
They could have drawn Altasaur off of the ornament. They didn't draw Colossus. They did not draw Boarding Party. They would have cast those.
Yeah, that's man.
That is
what
rough.
do they have?
It's just got to be reactive cards, I assume.
I guess. How many did they board in? I don't think there's
anything that you would Ancient Grudge on the other side. They also could have another crop rotation that they're just holding up.
I guess.
But like, I would not hold up a third crop rotation against a potential second Molten Rain.
Yeah.
If I had another spell to cast.
Yeah, it's curious.
Like, I think I would just jam a Impulse on my turn. Because if you hit a Bonder's Ornament, we're a little blurry here. Is that the other Molten Rain? It looks like the other Molten Rain. They have the third crop rotation. Yep. Wait. Oh, okay. I guess that's double plant. Yeah, it is double plant. All right. Goodbye, Molten Rain. Molten Rain's terrible here.
Yeah.
Molten Rain could have been very good if they'd had a Great Furnace or Mountain instead of that tap land earlier.
Yeah. Or they did have the mana when they cast that Palace Sentinel. And I think...
Well, the Tron player had crop rotation at that point because they played a Bonder's Ornament.
Yeah, they might have just made that.
They had one turn.
Yeah.
And they whiffed. Of course, the Tron player also drew 3 crop rotations, which is unusual.
Yeah. I mean, they're running 4. Might as well.
Yep. So the Tron player doesn't have to worry about land destruction anymore. That's interesting. The Tron player does need to worry about drawing a spell at some point in this match.
Yeah, that is. You got the big mana.
Like an Altasaur's coming though.
Yeah, that kind of just goes to show how good Bonder's Ornament is because without it they would just have been dead in the water, like really.
Yeah, they would be
really in trouble. But now they get to. They drew an Altasaur.
Okay. I think they won't run out of gas.
Yeah. I think, that into Impulse, that's,
Oh, and there's a Pyroblast. All right.
Yeah.
One Altasaur's on the bottom.
So, yeah, they did bring in Pyroblast. I'm a little dubious about that decision.
This is a Muldrifter. Yep.
I mean, I guess they...
Nice Pyroblast.
Oof. Honestly, I think I would save Pyroblast exclusively for Muldrifter, because that's pretty much what you're bringing it in for.
They immediately
Pyroblasting.
They immediately chumped the to protect Monarch. That's they just don't have a clock.
Yeah. They don't have a clock. They need hold up Prismatic Strands that they aren't running. They have 2 main board that they might have just sided out.
Even Prismatic Strands just doesn't... Like, they need to actually kill the Altasaur.
Yeah.
Which they can. They haven't used either Journey. They haven't used Terminate, and they have the Prism this time, so they don't have to worry about playing a tapped Black Source. But, like, they're just behind.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Of course, the Tron deck could just miss. Could just miss on spells for a while.
Possible.
Quite unlikely. They resolved the Muldrifter last turn, but here's some Maelstrom Colossus, presumably. Yep. All right. Do we see the full Monte? Into Altasaur?
Come on,
Yeah, that's
into
fine.
Alt Store. Come on.
No. We got a Prism. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They cantripped. It's a 7/7
Yeah.
cantrip. Easy. And they get more color sources.
Yeah. Easy money.
Still have the mana for another Colossus. It looks like
Yeah.
a boarding party, though. Oh, or an Altasaur. All right, boarding party. Let's see it. Okay, Muldrifter's fine too.
Alt Store. Yeah. I think Muldrifter's going to be good enough. I think I would not be dissatisfied with that.
The Mardu player needs a Wrath of God, and they don't play that. So, like,
yeah, they're getting.
Look at what the opponent's got. They've got a 7/7, 2/6/5 reach tramples, a 6/3, and 2/2/2 flyers.
Yeah. They need to call up Maro.
They can't take them off Tron anymore because they used both Molten Rains and got twice. I guess they can upgrade the 7/7. They wouldn't have. I don't think they would have wasted the mana on upgrading earlier. Maybe upgrading the ornament a couple turns ago would have been better.
But I think they wouldn't have done the ornament. I would have upgraded the ornament as soon as I got the chance. That is all right. We got Blast taking out the party.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, or is it
Blast and Bolt on Altasaur? Looks like, and then double block the 6/3.
Yep.
So
they do.
You've got to double block. You can't just jump here. You have to double block.
Oh yeah.
You have to trade your 2/4 for a 6/3 when you can.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's like
and it's also that's also not even that good because now they got 2 gigantic body. Like you got 4 bodies across 2 colors and colorless.
Well, it's fine. They can abrade the 7/7. They can terminate the Altasaur, and then they can play another Core Skyfisher to block the Muldrifter. Mm-hmm. And then they have to beat an active ornament plus a handful of cards from the Tron deck.
Yeah.
And also, I think the Tron player's at like 15 or something. Because the Mardu deck played at Sentinels. That was they actually might be at 20. I'm not sure. By the way, we're cracking a clue, which is never a good start.
Yeah.
You would always want to play an artifact from your hand rather than cracking clue, so you can get it out of your hand.
That Galvanic Blast counts up too.
Okay, if you're playing Thraben Inspector, you're probably dead.
Yeah, I would concede here.
I would wait to see what the Tron player attacks with. If the Tron player is a coward and doesn't attack with the Muldrifters, I could see them somehow coming out of this. Well, we got the Bog.
Yeah.
Not great, but something. If the Tron player is able to play another Cascader here, I don't think they can lose.
Mm-hmm.
But if they whiff, they have a chance. There's another ornament. Interesting.
Yeah, Drummer Film.
Start with ornament there.
Drummer Film guy, you are right. Cascade has kind of negated the role of traditional mid-range. It's just because you get value while being an aggressive deck. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think we can call it here. Oh, they whiffed. Unless they have something. No, they don't.
No.
It's a 0/4. It blocks.
Yeah. Jukabog putting in minor work.
Just being able to attack with the boarding party pretty much steals this game, because when you're able to attack with boarding party, you're also 100% to attack with the Muldrifters as well, giving the opponent's mana up. So
you need flashed back. You need I don't think they have the mana for strands either.
They do not, and I don't believe there's one in the art.
Yeah,
so they're taking set 13 here. They block a Muldrifter. They've chumped the 7/7.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
No removal spell from the other side, so
I'm not sure how they think they get out of this. Like, I'm not sure what sequence of cards Because you're losing the Monarch, so you only draw one.
Well, they get to crack the clue into turn.
Yeah, it's true. But you're gonna need Strands plus. Yeah.
I mean, they need to find 3 or 4 removal spells. They need to be able to kill the beefy cards on the other side. And given they haven't cast one of those removal spells yet, and, well, they're now trying to cantrip off of Glinthawks, it just doesn't seem feasible for the Marduk player to have drawn enough of those cards. And at this point, they've run out of the mana to cast all of them in one turn. So they can abrade a 7/7. They can bolt the 6/3. They can terminate a 6/5, chump a 7/7, and then they still have 2 Muldrifters to worry about, or 1 Muldrifter to worry about, rather. Oh, Akiba Gang. Oh, that's not good. that's not great. So they they ninjutsu'd their creature back and got the opponent to discard 2. I don't think that's an improvement to their situation. But they get the Monarch back.
That. Does that add up to lethal?
I mean, look at how many creatures the opponent has. Like,
yeah, I think that's.
I think the Mardu deck. I think the Mardu player needs to. Oh, there's a Radiant Fountain. They might get you this.
They can.
Journey.
All right.
All right.
Journey takes out Altasaur. Makes sense.
But they don't have the mana to bolt the 6/3 anymore, so they're going to die.
Yeah, and they only have 1 blocker because they ninjutsu'd the other one.
Well, you gotta bash when you bash, right? And this is why the Akiba Gang Shinobi is just not impressive against the Cascade deck. Say the Mardu deck had 60 life. That Akiba Gang doesn't do anything anymore. It's never going to hit again.
Yeah. Also,
even the dead Mnemonic Wall gets to block it.
Yeah, especially like it's a Cascade deck. You only need 1 Cascade card to still have the potential to just go completely off. And yeah, they just do that basically for the rub-in, and that is round 1. Mebut takes it in 2 games, and we will see Cascade Tron move to the second round.
It's not bad. They boarded in 1 Pyroblast. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, you do really care about Muldrifter when you're playing as Boros. It's kind of your nightmare. But, yeah.
Oh, and a 2. They put 1 Relic and 2 Pyroblasts in.
Relic.
Relic, not optimal. But maybe they really wanted to take out both Guardians, both Strands, and then Fumes.
I know your feelings on Relic.
Take out. Oh, Relics. Oof. I got a lot of things to say about Relic Progenitus. Well, I guess if they're putting in Relic, they would take out Reaping the Graves, but
yeah.
Or maybe they kept both in. That's a real good combo. Did you see any cards get unsideboarded from the Tron deck? I wasn't actually looking.
I did not see.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything that they bring in if they don't bring in the Grudge. And again, Grudge is a little bit dicey when you're on the draw.
Yeah, and that particular Mardu deck only had 5 artifact lands. If they're running 4 Ancient Dens for Great Furnace, Ancient Grudge has a lot higher chance of being a sinkhole.
Yeah, but I guess that's an upside of playing all those thriving lands.
That is a advantage. So the Cascade Tron won. Pretty good.
Yeah.
That Cascade Tron deck does make sacrifices. You are no longer highly advantaged against Heroic or Stompy or whatever. But you're much more consistent. When you hit Tron, you're just going to keep casting beaters until the opponent dies.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what happened. They missed a few turns and had to draw off the ornament a few times. But they were able to use their crop rotations to negate the opposing Molten Rains, and then eventually, here's a 7/7, here's a 6/5, here's a 6/3, here's a Mole Drifter. Good luck.
Yeah. I think you're like Heroic and Boggles would be the only things that they really have to worry about. And even then, those decks are so wildly inconsistent. The most consistent deck, Stompy, you're running 3 Fiery Cannonade. Everyone's running Fiery Cannonade.
Yep.
Stompy just isn't very good right now. Unfortunately.
And the addition of Serene Heart in the board of Cascadetron means they are not in bad shape against Boggles. They can sometimes you just cascade into a Serene Heart, destroy all auras. Good luck.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, we've got a updated bracket. Oh. So, wait, did
Ronnie's...
Okay, top rounds were incorrect. All right, everything's fine. So Medbutt won and will face Cusco, who won in the second round. They are the mono black aggro deck, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So the mono black aggro deck defeated the Boros Bully deck.
Very interesting. I guess their benefit is that a lot of those black aggro spells, I think almost all those black aggro spells drain instead of doing straight damage. So your Prismatic Strands, while they can prevent them from turning on Prowl, it's not all that. But yeah, did not anticipate the that winning. Anticipate Burn beating mono black. So. Yeah. Yeah, Burn.
Okay.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, especially with that particular build. There's no Tendrils of Corruption, no Corrupt, just stuff.
To be fair, those aren't very good cards. But
they're not very good cards. But if your only hope is landing a Gray Merchant against Burn, you still got to get to 5 mana, and you got to have some sort of stepping stone. And there's just no stepping stone here. The mono black player does have an advantage in that if the Burn player keeps a creature heavy draw, the mono black player can just kill their first 2 plays and then eventually get to Gray Merchant. But if the Burn player just keeps actual burn spells, the mono black player will be dead before they have 5 mana. So and they still have to draw the Gray Merchant and have enough black mana pips in play for it to matter. So
not gonna...
normal result. Mono black losing to Burn, and it looks like we're waiting on the outcome of White Black Pestilence versus Blue Black Fairies, which is a very nice matchup. So could go either way.
Best is pretty darn favored, especially with leveraging that life total, having a bunch of good blockers against Ninja. But it is
the creature
it could
pest
go
deck,
either way.
Creature pest deck turning on the removal from the blue black deck is a bit of an issue for that particular matchup. Because you're pretty slow with this. It's up there with that white black deck. You're playing a lot of tap lands. You're playing 10 tap lands. So if you stumble on your land drops and then you play your creature and it gets removed or countered, you're going to get beaten down pretty hard.
Yeah. It is Fae instead of Delver, so that kind of adjusted. On one hand, Fae dies a lot, like 1 Pestilence or 1 Crypt Rat activation, and they can't win. But Delver, 1 Cast Down and 1 Edict, and they can't win. So it is a fair bit better in that regard.
Yep. I can see that matchup going either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Pest is like 60% advantaged, but I don't think it's like 80% advantaged.
Yeah, I would say no more than like 70, probably closer to 60.
Yep.
It's still a good matchup, though.
So, our options for next round in the top bracket, in the upper bracket, we're looking at Cascadetron versus the Mono Black aggro deck. And given the Cascade Tron has 3 fiery cannonades, and all 15 creatures in that mono black deck die to cannonade, I could see that going badly for the black player.
Yeah, you got, like, if they hit a cannonade, you got basically 15 dead cards. And those are going to be your early plays.
Yep.
So they need to really get those vast morsel thieves out if they want to stand any chance.
Fortunately
yeah.
for the mono black aggro player, the Cascade Tron deck does only have the 1 weather main deck plus 1 sideboard and 1 pulse main deck. That's their life gain.
Yeah.
So if the Cascade deck whiffs on finding those life gain spells, they can just get burnt out before they're able to close the game out.
Yeah, it is a possibility.
Yep.
Will not discount it. One thing that is funny is Soul Reap can't kill Altasaur.
Fair enough. So Altasaur gets killed by Gef's Verdict. That's it?
Yeah.
That's
rough. They are going to have a hard time. I think their hope is that they stick to boarding parties and they can either chump or use like a Verdict or a Soul Reap. This is going to be a hard one.
I think it just depends on the Tron draw. If the Tron has a good draw and hits a life gain spell, they're just 100% to win at that point. But
yeah,
if they miss on the life gain spell, they could get burnt out. If they stumble and aren't able to develop because they have to have Tron. If they stumble on Tron for a couple turns, the burn deck probably can take them down.
Yeah.
Burn the other option is
Tron.
Okay. We may be getting to game 2 of Pestilence versus Fairies, which would be wonderful.
Yep.
And the winner of that will face Redburn in the other upper round option. On the other side,
Crypt Rats out.
It looks like we'll be having the Mardu Monarch versus Alex on Boros Bully. So Boros Monarch versus Boros Bully. That's an interesting matchup. Kind of leans a little bit towards Mardu Monarch. Oh, hey, look at our battlefield.
Yeah. Notably, they have a Core Skyfisher and an Omen of Dead on the field. Typically, you only want one of those on the field at the time, because you, especially in a matchup like this, you're going to constantly want to be looping that Omen of the Dead. Oh, they're sacrificing it. All right. I mean,
they have
don't
a Crypt Rats
know
in
what
play,
led to that.
But okay, I see.
It's Geist is the issue, but if they have enough black mana, they
5
can.
Black mana.
What you do there is you pay 3 black mana while it's on the and while that damage is on the stack, you hold priority, then pay 2 black mana for the Crypt Rats. So the 2 damage will happen first, and then 3 damage will come in and wipe the Geist that came back.
Well,
they did have another Omen.
All right.
Yeah.
The bad thing for Blue Black Delver here is if that Angler dies, their board doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
What did they get back with Omen?
I didn't see them target anything.
Please be a Skyfisher. So Guardian wouldn't have been bad, but Guardian is in the yard too.
Oh, are they? Oh, maybe the Omen hasn't actually resolved, and they're just brainstorming to find a counterspell for it.
That would make sense. What do they have in their yard? There's a Guardian of the Guild Pact and yeah.
I guess they boarded in the negate.
Yeah.
I guess I would just get back Guardian and just slam it. If they counter it, they counter it. If they don't, they lose. Because at that point, the Angler is negated.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess I guess there's Agony Warp to answer it.
Yeah.
1 Agony Warp in the opposing list, which
Yeah, I've seen no agony warps sometimes, which is okay. It's like people are going up to like force enough outs. You got cast down now fighting for space. It's yeah.
There are 4 cast downs in this white-black list. Attacking with Augur, huh?
Huh. So that probably means they have an echoing decay.
No, it could just be a freebie attack. I cannot imagine keeping Echoing Decay in after board here.
Yeah.
You just have so many better options for your removal.
Yeah.
I guess. Well, I guess it depends on what their board plan is. If they're taking out all the fairies, then they have a lot of slots to fill.
Taking out all the Fae wouldn't be unreasonable, but yeah.
I mean, Spellstutter is not good here because there's not that many 1-mana spells you really want to counter. All of the removal from the white-black list is 2 mana or more. So
wait, did they tap it wrong? They tapped Crypt Rats wrong. Yeah. They paid it all at once.
Oh, I don't think they had enough black mana. I think they only had 3 black mana.
No, they had did they? No, I think they wiped it. Wait, it looks like they only had 3 black mana. How did they kill Gurmag?
I think they blocked Gurmag, and then.
Oh, did Gurmag get in?
I think Augur got in.
I didn't see a Gurmag attack, but I think I was looking at the Augur.
Oh, and here's another Gurmag.
Yeah.
Gurmangler. All right. Let's see what the white-black deck can do.
Yeah. They're not in a super hot position right now.
I mean, just kill a creature and they're in great position.
Yeah.
And
I guess we don't know how many cards they have in hand.
There's no threat of Pestilence here. Or not Pestilence, of Spellstutter Sprite.
Yep. Alright, so they're taking out...
Oh, did they kill themselves? Or something?
What happened?
Somebody conceded. Either the Pestilence killed themselves or their opponent with a Pestilence.
Yeah.
Well,
it looks like
we're unsideboarding.
Yeah. So
I want to see their sideboarding plans. I want to know if they took out fairies or not. Oh,
they took out a pest, huh?
Yep. Well, or put in a pest, more likely.
Yeah.
Man, that Pestilence looks nice.
Yeah.
I kind of want to play Pestilence in paper here. But
yeah.
I suppose
that's the good Pestilence art.
There's a lot of good Pestilence arts. I like the 5th edition one.
I think is that Urza's
yeah, the one on the field is Urza's.
Yeah, Urza's. Yeah. I think that's the way to go with it.
It actually shows Pestilence, which is a unique selling point for that card. But
yeah, it
the
shows
5th
Pestilence.
one is like some guy playing a flute, which doesn't make any sense, but looks cool.
I mean, I only remember that one and Creepy Man.
He's staring at you, man.
Yeah, he's just staring at you with his dead eyes.
They're not dead. The game is very over. Yeah. So one of those players won 2-0, presumably.
Yeah.
We'll figure out who. But I'm guessing the white-black Pestilence player did not bring their opponent to 3. Yeah, Ferret won 2-0.
Yeah.
So that's white-black or blue-black fairies is advancing to face red burn in the upper bracket. Mm-hmm. And then we'll have white-black Pestilence against our other option, mono black.
Oh yeah, 5th edition Pestilence rocks.
Yeah, I know, right? I wish you could get it blackboarded, but oh well.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
Borders.
So upper bracket matches. We got ourselves a blue-black fairies versus a red burn, and we've got Mono Black aggro versus Cascade Tron.
Yep. Or
Now there's Black White in the losers bracket, the lower bracket. Yeah, like I think that deck has an advantage against Blue Black, but it's not a strong advantage. It's just a slight advantage.
yeah.
The varied threats from the White Black or from the Blue Black deck really does change things. If you're playing Blue Red Delver or Blue Red Fairies, and you're just
got
playing a
those
bunch of little
1/1s.
creatures, a bunch of a swarm of creatures, the answers that the White Black deck needs to provide are much lower in variation. But if you've also got 5/5s and Monarch cards and the Geist, your White-Black opponent needs to just cast a bunch of different things, and they failed to have the cast down for the Angler when they needed it.
Yeah.
I think I want to see Mono Black aggro.
Yeah.
Do
You
you
did just
Mono
see
Black
Cascade
aggro?
Tron, but I am interested in Mono Black aggro. I think we know what burn looks like.
Yeah. Well, we also saw Blue Black, and the real crux of it is that Blue Black list is like incredibly advantaged against the particulars of that burn list.
Yeah,
They've got the removal for the opposing creatures, they've got plenty of counter spells, and they have sprites. Having sprites against burn is incredible.
Sprites versus burn is running 8 counter spells main board is just really hard for burn to top, and also they're running lava runners, which I know we personally think is not the way to go. It's hard to see it having any real value with facing the creatures of this format, with Augur being so prevalent, and of course Skyfisher being so prevalent, and there being a bunch of walls. Yeah.
And just being able to play a bunch of creatures means if they draw Lava Runner late, it's actually a dead draw. It's worse than a mountain.
Yeah.
Which is not a great position to be in when your burn deck has lands that are dead and also spells that are dead. Kind of in a bad spot.
Yeah, you can't sacrifice a G2 Lava Runner for a Fire Blast. That's all I'm saying.
And, well, one advantage is that the burn list can just kill the opponent, just bolt them. But
Stuff out can be incredibly taxing if you ever
and
cast
Searing
it.
Blazing an Augur of Bolus does a lot of work, but you've still got to play around the stupid spell setter sprite, and that's a lot to ask. So I would predict that Blue Black is going to win, especially post board, because they get to bring in 2 negates, 3 blue blasts, potentially Chainer's Edicts, Unexpected Fangs. They just have so many options after board. And the burn list gets maybe Electrickery, maybe Keldon Marauders, maybe Molten Rain. Not high impact cards.
Yeah, it's
I guess Molten Rain's not really an option when your opponent only has 3 actual non-basics you can hit.
Yeah. I don't think I ever bring in Molten Rain versus a Fey deck.
If I'm playing the burn list, I don't think I'm advantaged game 1, and I think I'm horribly disadvantaged games 2 and 3.
Yeah. Cut those snuff outs.
Snuff outs not that horrible. You pay 4 mana,
it's
you
not
kill
horrible.
Alchemist.
It's basically you're only, again, the only creature you care about is Thermo Alchemist. So it can cut down on the damage from Thermo Alchemist, but overall you probably want to just remove it the normal way. But if it does mean that you can hold up a counter spell and therefore save you another 3 damage,
If you blank on removal spell, and they play turn 2 Alchemist, Snuff Out's not bad. You're gonna take 4 damage from that Alchemist if it goes unanswered.
You're gonna take more than 4 damage from that Alchemist. Yeah.
Like even if it just taps and untaps, by the normal way, not through them casting spells, just tap, ping you, untap for my turn. That card's not horrible. And being able to snuff out it does mean you have 7 or you have a lot of removal spells able to kill their creatures. You're not forced to just use the premium ones on Alchemist and then let Lava Runner hit you. You can just kill every creature. Anyway, long story short, I think Blue Black's gonna win, but they could also just die. You never know. Sometimes they just die.
That is just how burn works sometimes.
Yeah. So I think the matchup's is just going to be so lopsided. I'd rather see Cascadetron again against a mono black deck that is likely to be more evenly matched, depending on the Tron deck's draw.
Yeah. I think it is going to be an interesting match to see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, we just don't see a lot of mono black rogues. Probably for a reason, but
yeah, the reason is people are cowards and they don't like to have fun.
Oh man.
Anyway, how is mono black versus white black?
White black is favored.
Okay. I was wondering if the Gray Merchants would do enough.
Nah, you invalidate Gray Merchant with your life gain.
Okay.
Yeah, white black is kind of just better mono black.
Well, it's twice as good. It has 2 colors.
Exactly. I mean, it is technically splashing for the worst color, but yeah.
Well, sometimes you splash for black, and that's just how it works.
Yeah.
And then Bully versus Monarch. I'm gonna give it towards Monarch here.
Yeah, that is typically how it works. But 2 prismatic strands over, I think I see 3 a lot, might make a difference. It's not impossible. That could be a deciding factor.
One of them, well, instead of 3 strands, it's got a suffocating fumes. And suffocating fumes is way better against Battle Screech than prismatic strands.
Yeah.
I guess it will depend on if the Bully deck has a Seeker draw, where they're just trying to play creatures the normal way, and then the opposing bolts get turned on, or if the Bully deck has the Squadron Hawks, Battle Screech draw, where they just swarm over.
Yeah. It's a...
I guess Rally of the Peasants is kind of dangerous, even if the opponent has the strands.
Yeah.
But it could be draw dependent, but we'll. I'm interested to see the result. Somebody rolled a 5. Somebody rolled Snake Eyes. All right. Interesting.
It's actually me.
Oh, okay. I figured someone getting very unlucky would be you, but I didn't know you were streaming here. Anyway, draw, very important here. If the black aggro deck's on the play, they're probably way more advantage than if they're on the draw, but
yeah,
we will see. Just
black
the ability
being
to
on the draw is
being able to just play your creatures and ensure that you're going to get hits in before the opponent has access to fiery cannonade. It helps a lot.
Yeah, being able, if they can land an early cannonading for like 2 creatures, even ideally you're hitting that 3, but you might play it out different. It depends on their draw. Don't have any card filtration. I think they're running Sign in Blood. Are they running Sign in Blood?
They are.
Yeah.
So
if
you've
they
got
do
2
have
lands and 3 creatures, it's like impossible for you to not play all 3 creatures.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna choose not to cast your creature and just hold it in your hand? Oh, that is a nice Sight in Blood.
Almost all of those promo art,
I am
beautiful.
so interested in seeing what the Japanese version is for this. because
we've
the
seen.
Japanese Bolt is just incredible, and the Japanese Demonic Tutor is incredible. The regular Mystical Archive versions of those cards are also good. Some of the Japanese ones are just like heads and shoulders better, though, which is even no matter how good the other ones are. Hello, Lightning Bolt. Speaking of cards that are good against Mono Black aggro, Lightning Bolt, which the Tron deck doesn't have access to.
Yeah. I think you want the higher impact. You're not weighing out by Burning Face, so the higher impact Fiery Cannonade is just going to be the go-to answer, because there's not a lot you want to kill with 3 toughness. Like, you miss out on Core Skyfishers, but you don't really care. Like, it's already a favorable matchup, as we saw, so I don't really need to be too concerned about that.
Yeah. So the Mono Black deck, I guess we should talk about it a little more. It's got 15 creatures, so it's not quite a burn deck. It does have lots of burn spells, but a lot of those burn spells have additional effects. Morsel Theft, drains, and cantrips if you hit with the rogue. Guess Verdict is a removal spell that pings, like an edict that pings. Soul Reap, if you're able to get the 3 mana and are able to cast a 1 mana spell and then kill their creature, you also get to drain. Sign in Blood is a burn spell. You can use it to gain life, but you also can kill them. They're at 2. You kill them.
I've done that exactly once, and it was the only spark of feeling that I felt when playing Mono Black.
And Bump in the Night has Flashback for 6 mana, which, if you flood out, you can always flashback a Bolt. And Fruit of Dyserius is it's kind of like Flashback. You exile 3 other cards to escape it for 4 mana. But that one is a lot weaker because it's only drain or lose 2 instead of 3, like Bump in the Night.
Yeah, usually I think I've seen 1. 2 is an interesting choice because all you really ever want is 1, because it counts as like theoretically infinite copies.
Yep. I'm guessing they had a fruit and then they were like, "Oh, this is pretty good. Let's go to 2." And that's where it stands. The issue I have with this list is it's playing 16 lands. That's not enough. Your Soul Reaps aren't really effective until you have 3 lands.
Yeah, Sign in Blood isn't great.
Yeah, they are running 2 Rakdos Carnariums as bounce lands, which, if you have a swamp in a Carnarium, you've got 3 mana. And you have the red mana to flashback Bump in the Night. But they're also running a Bojuka Bog. Why are you running Bojuka Bog? The only card I think you could possibly care about is Pulsar Barasa. And but Bog on your turn doesn't really stop Pulsar Barasa. Sometimes they have to target your creature they killed or countered to gain the 6 life, but that's so thin.
And they're running crop rotation.
Yeah, and if you have a Bog in your opening hand and have to play it instead of a swamp and can't get your turn 2 creature down, it's just a nightmare. So Bojuka Bog. Man, there's a lot of Bog cards in Magic the Gathering. Anyway,
so many Bogs.
So I'm not sure. I don't know what that Bog is trying to target, because you don't care about Gurmag Angler. Like, if they play a 5/5, your creatures can hopefully just swarm past it. Yeah, it can block your fear creature, whatever. It just seems so. You're paying a huge cost to have a tap land in your deck, and I don't think Bog pays it off.
Especially when you are an aggressive deck like this. Carnarium you can almost justify. I mean, 1 with their super low land count. Yeah, because you do want to, as you mentioned, you do want to hit those Soul Reaps when you turn them on with another black spell. Because you're not running a ton of 1 mana. Like, well, you are, but there is a decent amount of 2 mana cards.
Oh, are they about to start?
Different.
I think they might start here. Let's see who's on the play. Yeah, I think I'd rather just have another swamp over the bog.
Yeah.
One advantage this black deck does have over one of the advantages over red burn is you get Sign in Blood. Like the red deck doesn't draw cards. You can use Magma Jet and Scry. You can use Cycling Lands, but again, those are tap lands and they're a problem. But Sign in Blood, you can just accelerate through your library. It helps you find that third land, helps you find more burn spells. It's fine.
Yeah.
And it acts as a burn spell by itself. So, so I think that's one of the advantages over the red burn deck is Sign in Blood. The cost is to turn on your best spell, Morsel Theft. You got to play a bunch of creatures, and then you're weak against other creatures.
You just don't have as many bolts, or a burn deck that kind of just you lose 2 damage by being like Needle Drop. You lose 2 damage and some life gain versus Morsel Theft. But even though Needle Drop does require a little bit of setup, it's much better than the setup required for a Morsel Theft. Yeah, so we see a turn 1 Thriving.
All right, Tron being on the play probably helps them a lot. Is that Thriving Isle? Oh, they have a mix of Thriving Isles and Thriving Groves. Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, I guess they're playing Impulse, so they want the early blue rather than early red. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, starting Isle into Caves is not where you want to be. However, they may have a bunch of crop rotations to just get drawn the really hard way.
Yeah.
Oh, end of turn Impulse. Let's see what they can get. Turn 1, Night Market Lookout, Bash unopposed, and then no Morsel Theft. It's a fine start from the opposing team. Although most of their burn is sorcery speed. So the fact that they didn't cast anything means that burn hand must be bad? Or did they just impulse in response? I guess they just impulse in response to attack for no reason. Okay, whatever. And here's another Prickly Boggart. Get ourselves some creatures here. So it's 18 to 20, or 18 to 21. Night Market Lookout's real good when your opponent has no creatures.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, just with vehicles in general.
Is this Fiery Cannonade?
Well, it's something 3 mana.
Or it's a Bonder's Ornament. Bonder's
Ornament.
So the Tron player has played 0 Tron pieces, which is not optimal.
Yeah. That's not great in a matchup where speed is going to be a key factor.
Well, the Tron deck also does nothing without Tron, so.
Yeah.
All right, take 3. 15 to 22. So the Tron player could start crop rotating. Maybe they have double crop in hand. I don't know. That's one of the ways they can get out of this.
Yeah. So they can. It's not impossible that the mono black burn just runs out of steam. You need 4 mana and cards for Tizarus. You need 6 mana for Bump. Even then, you need red mana, which you only have off 2 Carnariums.
Well, they could run out of steam. I don't know what's in their hand.
Yeah. They've been.
They didn't cast another creature, so they must just have more creatures, and they're just worried about Fiery Cannonade, right?
Yeah, I don't know why
they have to cast their burn spells.
Yeah,
they're all sorceries. They have to cast them when they can, but they didn't. So their hand may have Soul Reaps and Geth's Verdicts. Those are cards they might be casting here.
Yeah.
They could have more creatures, and they're worried. and they can have more lands.
Yeah.
This Tron deck is really bad at casting Tron lands.
It's trying its best.
They're doing their best. They cast an Impulse and a Prism and they left, so.
Yeah.
Alright, here's a 4th land from the mono black deck, which is less than optimal, shall we say.
Mm. All right. Yeah, 23.
Should be 12 and 23 at this point, I believe. Okay, I guess somebody got life here. Here's more creatures. All right, no burn spells. All right, if they had Morsel Theft, they would cast it. If they had Sign in Blood, they would cast it. If they have Tyrant's Choice, Sovereign's Bite, Fruit, or Bump, they would have cast it. So their hand has to just be lands and creatures and removal. Is this the hard boarding party? It looks like a hard boarding party.
Wow.
Cannonade off the top, Mole Drifter up. Oh boy.
Oh.
Okay.
That's gonna be hard to recover from. And
no, I think this is actually fine. They're gonna kill the boarding party with a guess verdict here.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll take the hit and they'll Soul Reap it next turn.
That doesn't seem like a terrible idea. You have a bunch of ways to gain life.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're also at 17, and the Tron deck's only going to kill them when they're very dead. Yeah. Like when the Tron deck just plays a bunch of big creatures and it's just going to kill them in 2 hits, no matter what that life total are at. So, being able to use your Soul Reap while you have other black spells to cast does help a lot. Yep. Tyrant's Choice, take 4, presumably. All right, take 4. And then Soul Reap the boarding party. Yep. 7 damage is pretty good, but this burn deck played 5 lands, which is not optimal.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the Tron deck played 5 lands and only had 1 Tron piece, so...
Oh, there's
second,
Tron
and here's a
land.
crop rotation almost certainly.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
They might hit it. They'll hit it off this Altasaur. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Hard boarding party, hard Altasaur. Oh, unfortunate.
I think I would actually cast that. If you've shuffled, you don't want to draw that anymore.
Yeah.
The opponent clearly doesn't have a creature. They would have cast it last turn.
Doesn't it stay in exile? I believe that's how Cascade works.
Is that how that works?
I think so. Yeah. It
says put the exiled cards on the bottom of your library. So I think if you don't cast it, it goes on bottom.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Already.
Sign in Blood. All right. That was a good draw.
Yeah. Especially when
they can't Soul Reap here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a lot of lands. There's cool draws. But the life total...
You got to guess verdict here now. You don't want to let them somehow instant speed a creature or whatever. I don't think they can, but...
You tap, then untap. Maybe they were looking at that Soul Reap.
I suspect it was a guess verdict. But... and here's the hard Tron. You know, we're going to play 4 non-Tron lands, and then we're just going to go Tower, Mine, Plant. That's just how you do.
Back in the good old days, you could cast Expedition Map, get it on turn 3.
I believe this is a 7/7. Nope, there's a 7/7. They don't need the black mana, so they might as well use that to cast their 8 mana spell. See what we cascade into.
Yep.
Oh, boarding party 1 time. Boarding party.
Fun.
We skipped.
That's fun. Whatever.
Anyway, the mono black player needs to kill them next turn, or they're dead, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, is this a
yes?
Yeah. Okay.
All
right.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Okay, this game's over, I believe. Because even if they bring them to 10, like if they burn them down to 10 or less, the 7/7 can still block the Gul'draw's Vampire.
Yep, because it can be blocked by black or artifact creatures. I believe that's Intimidate. Did fear become intimidate?
Thank you for searching dead here. Dance with dead. There's actually a chance that the burn player can come out here. They go bump, bump, soul reap, soul reap. Because soul reap's cards they would not have cast earlier.
Yep, that is true. They could be holding.
Drain 3.
Oh yeah.
I guess their draining does help them survive. Because there's no rolling thunder. Soul reap number 1.
But
all right, so now intimidate works.
They do still have a 6/3 coming down that they do chump. So
yeah,
they do chump, but that means they lose 2 damage that they would have blocked otherwise.
I guess we'll just see how much damage the burn player can put out here.
Yeah.
Oh, I assume this is a concession from the aggro player.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just had an awkward flood.
Yeah. Awkward hands on both sides.
Oh, yeah. When your Tron deck plays a 6-mana card on turn 5 and you win the game, I guess you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have ourselves a sideboard here, though. We get Choking Sands out from the black player. I mean, you're going to put in Choking Sands, right? Why not, right?
Yeah.
You get another Ghoul Draws Vampire if you want.
Yeah.
You get Divest, maybe. Probably not.
I do kind of like Divest, especially in this matchup. But I'm not sure what you cut for it. I think, honestly, I'd go down some creatures. But
yeah. Cutting some prickly boggarts or something be fine. I don't think you bring in Crypt Rats or Snuffhound, or I guess you can guess Verdict. I don't know. On the other side, though, they're bringing in 1 Weather the Storm, 2 Moment's Peace, maybe Chainer's Edict.
Not Chainer's Edict. You don't want to spend a card for that 1/1 when you're running so many fiery cannons. Don't see it.
What do you cut here? I guess you cut Bajuka Bog.
Honestly, I wouldn't even go down Moment's Peace, or go up Moment's Peace, but
Moment's Peace gain 3 life is fine.
Yeah.
You just want to gain as much life as you can.
I think it's just so bad to hit off of Cascade, though. Again, you choose to not cast it, and it does go to the bottom, but it's just a waste.
I guess I would put Edict in over Peace, because just killing their stupid creature early can turn a loss into a win.
Yeah, I just...
But what are you cutting, I guess? Because you're going to keep in the cannonades. I guess you cut Wall for Weather? No, because you want Wall if you're bringing in another Weather.
Yeah, I just don't think you have the room for Moment's Peace.
Yeah, I would just cut Bog, put in Weather Storm, say good enough. Yep. Ooh, nice signed Moment's Peace here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do not want to cut crop rotations, that's for sure, because they're bringing in Choking Sands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep in cannonades, cut Bog for Weather, and that's all I would change.
Yeah.
This mnemonic ball seems so awkward.
I think I lost. That was how I lost. That was how it's kind of my fault that everyone's playing Cascade Tron. Not entirely, but letting it top 8.
Look, Cascade
probably
Tron
played at least a little bit. Yeah, I do like Cascade Tron. But yeah, that's how they beat me. Game 3 was first I drew all but like 4 of my lands in the top 20. And then they had right before I finally hit something to cast, they fiery cannonade, wall, fiery cannonade.
That
It
is hard
was
to beat.
yeah. It was a true tragedy.
Look, I got it like a top 17 with Cascade Tron, and it was pretty fun. And
Yeah.
If somebody else wants to top 8 with that deck, why not be Paul Rietzel? If Paul Rietzel wants to top 8 with Cascade Tron, Paul Rietzel can.
Yeah.
So we are gonna have the mono black player be on the play. It certainly helps them out here.
Yeah.
I
If they can leverage that advantage.
think they probably would have won if they were on the play last game, because they would have got another set of damage in. Well, actually, I guess the Tron player would have drawn the cannonade instead of cascading into it.
Yeah.
I suppose it would have it would have been difficult to tell, I guess.
Yeah.
They also probably would have made different choices with their impulses, so not really something you can analyze.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
That second weather, though, really does improve the matchup. Even if the opponent gets to bring in a lot more cards, a lot different cards. That second weather is probably better than all 3 choking sands are.
Yeah.
I think we're going hard mulligans on the mono black side.
Yeah.
Not I think
that's gonna be.
I think I saw a card get put on the bottom from Tron, but we'll see.
Yeah, don't want to be mulliganing on the play when you're trying your hardest not to run out of gas.
London mulligan certainly helps a deck like this, though. If you
Definitely.
go to 5, you can keep your 1 or 2 lands plus some creatures and burn spells, rather than draw 5 cards, maybe get a creature, maybe get a land. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. We are on Night Market Lookout. Optimal first turn play against the deck with no early creatures and no early removal.
See some double morsel theft.
Morsel Theft is like the best card for that deck, and they completely missed last game. Maybe they drew him late, but no, I guess they would have been able to attack and turn it on last game. So they didn't even draw one late. Are we going to see one here, though? Let's see. 1, 2. I assume that's Morsel Theft. Yeah. Yep. They're drawing the card.
That is indeed stealing a pie.
Yum, 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 yum. So, drain 3, draw a card for 2 mana is broken.
Yeah. Less broken when you have to play really terrible creatures to.
This card's good.
Turn it on.
A 2/1 that gains a life when it attacks is pretty good. That's basically what Night Market Lookout is if your opponent's not playing creatures. Like, it did 4 damage. And gained 2 life. It's so much better than Lava Runner.
Yeah. To be fair, that's not really a high bar, but
it's a very low bar. But you know,
yeah.
So we're at 13 to 25. It looks like gain 2 off the Night Market, plus 3 off of the Morsel Theft. Did 2 damage, drain 2 with the Night Market Lookout, and 3 life lost from the Morsel Theft. All right, are we doing double creature here? Nope, bump. All right,
bump.
Bring him to 10. Fiery Cannonade's real good here.
Yep.
Crop rotation is also real good here.
Hot water. Oh. That is a second Tron land. Oh, that's tapping 3.
Okay.
Oh no.
This is fine.
This
is fine. So the mono black burn player gets to untap, attack, and then kill them, and then we can go to game 3.
Yeah.
I think that kind of guarantees they don't have the Tron player does not have a crop rotation unless they're extremely scared of choking sands.
Yeah.
Because they would have to they would have to think the opponent has choking sands and top decks a swamp because they didn't play one last turn. It's like ghoul draws. It's ghoul draws. All right, Tron player survives somehow.
Yeah.
There's Tron.
Oh, there's Tron. Here's their chance. Go big or go home.
Cannonade into weather would be good. Cascader into weather or cannonade is good.
In
A
general,
pile of
things that
spells.
make them.
Yeah, a pile of spells plus a weather is also fine.
Yeah.
Moment's Peace would also be a good draw, just saying. But it looks like a big robot's coming. Yep. Big robot.
All right.
That is not
eh.
optimal. If they have crop rotation, they get to crop away their thriving
Yeah.
land to get 3 mana.
Mhm.
At which point they can weather or fiery cannonade, but
Yeah.
seems difficult for them to win if not, because they're going to take 3 here, and it's just going to be hard for
Yeah.
the opponent to have drawn badly enough to not kill them.
Let's see. They take. Is it 10 or less life?
Yeah, so they
Oh,
get to
yeah,
block the
they get-
the intimidator because it's an artifact.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah. Such a weird keyword. It makes sense that it was taken out.
Intimidate, good times. Like
Mm.
fear is a really cool mechanic. You're not able to
Mhm.
block me unless you're black or an artifact. Cool.
Wait.
Intimidate is fear that is slightly more versatile. And then they tried it for like 2 sets and they're like, wow, we're never going to do this again. It was a good try, though. And there's a Tyrant's Choice. Bring them to 3.
All right. Here's for all the marbles.
Pretty much have to hit weather here. Or pulse.
Yeah.
They can pulse back the opposing Ghoul-Draws Vampire if nothing else. Gives
Okay.
Cannonade.
Well,
Good start.
They, yeah. They just need life gain. Not sure how many cards the mono black player has in hand.
Enough to kill the opponent because they didn't play a land.
Yeah. Haven't played a land for quite a while.
I guess they could have like 3 Soul Reaps and are missing the land.
Prism to draw. Oh, that's 5 mana. Oh.
Boarding Party, hit a green
And-
spell. Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, unless they miss. Oh, no!
What?
They forgot that they could target the opposing creature.
Oh,
no.
Oh, man.
Mono Black aggro deck has a chance now.
I think Mono Black wins off of that.
We'll see if they have a spell. If they have a spell, the Mono Black player can burn them out. If they don't,
Oh, man.
9 in blood?
I
guess
thought they were at 3. No.
Maybe they're at 2. Whatever. Long story
we
short.
see the sign for lethal. Long story short, that was a very unnecessary death.
Look,
It's always the type
fine.
of thing that feels really bad to watch, especially in post.
So here's what could have happened: the opponent, the Cascader, could have cascaded into Pulse Barasa, cast it targeting the opponent's Prickly Boggart, and returned it to hand. The caster gains 6 life. The opponent gets a 1/1 that basically doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
I guess he would target the Changeling Outcast if they had one. I don't remember what they had.
I believe they had an outcast.
Either way, you would target whatever creature and you'd go up to 9. At which point the burns, or 9 or 8, whatever life total. At which point the Tron player has a life cushion and gigantic creatures back again. So
yeah, I
it would
think
have required
that would be
more from the burn player.
Yeah. 2 lands on the burn player side, I think that's an easy win.
I can see ways out. They play a third land, a swamp. They play a creature and then Soul Reap the 7/7. They take the 6 from the boarding party and then try to win the net turn after. But
yeah, it's not impossible, but it's definitely a very uphill battle.
All right, that was a narrow game.
Yeah.
I think if the Tron players on the play there, they're well ahead.
Yeah.
And the Tron players on the play this game, so we'll see. Oh, and that's another reason. The mono black player is playing 16 lands, but they have 3 mana cards in the sideboard.
Yeah.
They have 3 Crypt Rats, 3 Choking Sands. It just doesn't seem like enough lands for that. They do have another Bog in the board, which may be an option. To go up to 17 lands, but man, it is just rough.
Yeah.
Pachuca Bog is not the land you would want to draw in that situation. On MTGO, if you cast Pulse Marasa and you have no creatures in the yard, your opponent's graveyard just pops up, and the creatures are highlighted, so you get to figure out, oh, I'll target that one. But in real life, especially when the graveyards aren't with you, like if you're across the world, like our opponents are, it can be very easy to miss out the fact that, oh, I will target your creatures.
Yeah. I feel like I'm so reliant on Moto. Like the last time I went to a paper event, it was during Kaladesh, or last time I went to a big paper event during Kaladesh, I just never remembered to count my energy counters.
Dude, I'm just so bad at shuffling now. It's been so many years. Turn 1 night market lookout for the mono black player seems optimal. And we've got a turn 1 Tron piece for once, but then a caves into a prism, so.
Yeah, not bad. Especially
could have
running
extra
so many
towers
crop
in hand.
rotations. Yeah.
But likely does not have a mine or a plant. I would have played those. I wouldn't have worried about Choking Sands or whatever.
Yeah.
Do we have the Morsel Theft? Yes, we do. All right. Optimal start here. Opponent at 15, you're at 24, 24, and then you get your cantrip.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
Definitely.
All right. And there's a forest. That's not optimal. Again, this Cascade Tron deck is just not functional without Tron.
3 mana?
Is this a Cannonade? Nice. Just toast that Night Market lookout? Oh, this is much worse than that.
Drifter. I'd rather...
I would much rather take 2 damage off the board.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the way to go. Well, Drifter isn't getting any worse.
This is the kind of situation where a turn 3 Choking Sands is just backbreaking.
Yeah.
You go from 1 to 0 drawn pieces, and your opponent gets to do damage.
Yep. And, I mean, they drew a card off of Morsel Thief. It's not impossible, but as we said earlier, they're running really low for lands.
Okay, speaking of good draws, so that's opponents at 10.
Double Morsel Theft. Oh, man.
Opponents at 10, you're at 28. You get a Ghoul-Draw's Vampire that's turned on.
Turned on Ghoul-Draw's. Oh, man.
I mean, this is Cannonade or bust at this point.
Yeah.
I guess a second Tron piece, crop rotation, cascade into Cannonade or Weather works.
Yeah. Oh, 2 mana. That's not looking too hot.
Okay, this is not good. This is bad.
I think this is game.
I think this is a game.
Yeah.
Did they miss their land drop? Okay, that's a little bit that's just egregious. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, game. They went turn 2 Prism, turn 3 Evoke Drifter, and they missed their land drop.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a Fiery Cannonade. It's just like sometimes you just draw horrible. And the Tron player has drawn horrible. And the mono black player drew very well. I think if the Tron player has a more average hand, this is below average. If they had an average hand, this is a pretty interesting matchup. But like,
just
their draw doesn't function. So
yeah.
Anyway, so they're going to 5. Good luck. It seems very unlikely that the Tron player can win from here. It requires the mono black player to have nothing.
Yeah.
Going to 1. Okay.
To
get to untap.
Whew.
All right. The Tron player has a chance.
Very small, but still a chance.
All right. Tron player's dead.
Yeah.
If they had Cannonade, they would have cast it last turn. If they had a land, they would have played it last turn. They need both land and Cannonade.
Oh, weather? That would be a really wimpy weather.
Weather gains 6, and the opponent's doing 5 with combat.
Yeah.
So, just I don't.
Yeah.
Pulse also doesn't. Pulse does the same amount of life gain.
Yeah. And
this might be Cannonade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is fine. They're at 1. If the opponent only has lands and creatures and Soul Reaps, we have a chance.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's
that certainly seems fatal.
Yeah.
Would you like?
Yeah.
Would you like to make a choice? Yeah. That is a perfectly reasonable hand that did not work out.
Yeah. Oh man. Missing that Pulse of Marasa last game.
Yeah, that probably would have turned things around.
Yeah.
They did put in Moment's Peace. Yeah, I guess I would like to have seen what happens if the Pulse gains 6 life. Snuff out.
I think that would have just been the game.
I guess Snuff out's not horrible.
Yeah.
Either way, I don't think you're supposed to mulligan that hand, the third hand from Tron. I think that was a perfectly reasonable keep. But like, when you go turn 2 Prism, turn 3 Muldrifter, and then miss your 4th land,
yeah.
What are you supposed to do at that point? Like, how many lands are you supposed to play to ensure that you hit your land drops?
Yeah, and it's
if they'd had a crop rotation or a second Tron piece, they would have had outs to try to draw better, like just to hit Tron and spike it.
Yeah,
they didn't have the crop rotation, they didn't have the second Tron piece, so they managed to draw several cards, and none of them helped advance their game plan really.
Yeah, it's
All right. Well, that was an interesting match.
Yeah,
I'm glad we got to see that mono black deck just go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was interesting.
Although we did see, we also saw a kind of a downside of that mono black deck. If you flood out, you die just like regular burn.
Yeah,
but you also really got to hit those land drops.
Yeah,
your deck doesn't do anything on 1 land.
Yeah, having so many and Soul Reap too, mean you to have at least 3 mana, ideally 4 to have any sense of consistency. It's
So I'm not sure how to change that, right? Like, maybe have the Bog be a 3rd Carnarium, maybe add a 4th Carnarium, just to ensure you can hit your 3rd land drop if you hit Swamp plus Carnarium.
Yep.
But like we saw Morsel Theft. Morsel Theft was really good.
Yeah.
Like they played turn 1 Lookout attacked, tap 2 mana. The opponent's at 15, and they haven't used a card, basically.
Yeah.
That's really strong for a burn deck.
Mhm.
But you do have to get that first hit in. And against Cascade Tron, that is one of the decks that you're very highly likely to get that hit in.
Yeah. I think Night Market is a decent pick, especially when we are seeing a lot of walls. Like all of them get through, but I don't know.
Lookout does not turn on theft if
It
it's
doesn't
blocked.
turn out. Yeah, it doesn't turn out
because it has to get
theft.
the combat damage. But
Yeah,
the Boggarts and Outcasts do. So
yeah. And
against a deck like Walls, if you go turn 1 Lookout, they go turn 2 Wall, and you get to guess verdict them. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess the opponent, the 2 players are just conversing about what their sideboard options were. Mm-hmm. Seems reasonable. They trimmed creatures.
Definitely. Yeah, it is definitely an interesting sideboard matchup.
Well, both players have a lot of options. Mm-hmm. The Tron player doesn't have much to cut, and the mono black player has a lot of cards to bring in if they want, and all of them have different odds of being useful.
Yep.
All right. Alrighty. Hopefully we can see an updated list of all of our players. We'll see if we can find out who our mono black aggro player will play against next round.
I'm guessing they are very thankful that White Black Pest got sent to the lower bracket. That seems hard like, to beat. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're playing a card like Night Market Lookout, you do not want your opponent to play a lone missionary.
Yeah.
It looks like the mono red burn player has won their match.
Interesting.
Against blue or black.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Mm-hmm. So that would be our winner bracket next round.
Yeah.
Burn on burn.
Burn on burn. I think black might be favored.
It is favored, except if they miss on removal and the opponent is able to keep a Thermal Alchemist in play, they're a huge dog.
Yeah.
And the opposing Searing Blazes are spectacular. So it really highly incentivizes the mono black player to have 3 lands and Soul Reap. If they're able to go creature into Soul Reap your Thermal Alchemist or Lava Runner, that's a huge blowout. But it's much easier to turn on Searing Blaze than it is to turn on Soul Reap in that particular matchup.
Yeah. Also having
what now?
I guess you don't. I'm trying to think here. Do you bolt what scenario do you bolt the creatures in?
When you don't have a creature to play your own.
Yeah.
Like,
well, they're
if you are on the draw and your opponent goes turn 1 Lookout, you're 100% killing it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Lookout gains. Yeah, you always kill Lookout.
If you have a creature to play of your own, you'd kill Lookout and play the creature otherwise. And if you don't have a Lava Runner and you do have a Bolt, and they play a creature, you probably want to just kill it. Mebut really needs to take a nice little relaxation break after that that wonderful hard fought matchup.
Oh man,
that is a powerful Goku. Anyway, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. There is some actual counterplay between the different burn lists. And the red nut draws are more common, but the black nut draws are very nutty.
Yeah,
If they are able to just go turn 1 creature, turn 2 prowl of morsel theft, the red player has to have an unanswered Thermal Alchemist, or they're never going to win.
oh yeah, the basically black has the better like raw cards for that matchup. Like Sovereign's Bite is going to beat out Lightning Bolt any day of the week. The issue is they are more mana intensive. Burn can function much better without having to use things like Sign in Blood or bounce lands, whereas Mono Black really needs that perfect mana to maximize their deck.
And Electrickery from the board is kind of backbreaking. Because they can just cast it for 1 mana and it's fine. And they cast it for 2 mana and they win the game. If the opponent has played more than 1 creature. So it looks like we have a stack of flying creatures coming in here. Okay. Oh, we may not be getting there. Well, we're doing something or other. We'll figure that out. Anyway, let's talk about Burn here. The Sovereign's Bite is not a good card. Lightning Bolt is a good card.
Yeah.
But in this particular matchup, Sovereign's Bite is twice as good. It negates an enemy bolt and also bolts them. But it's twice as good because it costs twice as much mana.
Yeah. It's definitely, this is like the one matchup where you're getting the most out of it. I guess against like Stompy, but again, you're not going to see Stompy, and almost every other aggro deck goes through it. Like Boggles isn't going to care about 3 life most of the time.
Yeah. Ooh, we've got some black white versus mono. Oh, is this the same match? I guess their other lands are on the side there.
Yeah.
I mean, 7 lands versus 1 land would be different, but there's plenty of lands showing up here now.
Yeah.
Ooh, those are some fancy swamps.
Yeah. Do we know if anybody? Oh yeah, that's gonna be hard to beat. They're empty.
Well,
they have an
can just
empty
play another
board.
Thorn.
Well, they only run 1.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. I could just be only
correct.
1 Thorn.
Although this is probably post board, if I'd have to guess.
Yeah, so they do run 3 post board. They can bring in up to 3 post board, so you never know.
If that Monarch stays on the other side for 3 turns, though, this game's over.
Yeah. Your like white black's cards are just so much more impactful in the matchup.
Mm-hmm. Mono black player just staring at their swamps, seeing what they could possibly do to come back from this.
Staring at your swamps is like 90% of the gameplay of mono black.
Does it look like there's 1 card in the white black player's library? 2 cards?
It kind of does, but I think it's just because the white.
I'm reasonably certain if they had 1 card in the library that these Chittering Rats would not have been played.
Yeah, I'm just guessing by the amount of cards in graveyard that they probably have more. But yeah, it is definitely from the perspective, and with the white borders, it's a little harder to tell.
Chainer's Edict, get rid of the rats. And then kill your sentinels, yep. Alright, mono black player is not taking damage, but is not establishing a board presence. They're drawing a Chittering Rats, and if their best play last turn was Chittering Rats and pass, that's their best play this turn, which means the opponent gets to just flashback the Chainer's Edict and keep the Monarch. So
yeah, it's you're gonna need, if this is post board, it's Thorn or bust.
I guess they could have sandbagged a Thorn. Because they didn't have the ability to. No, they would have just thorned and then killed
Yeah,
the
they would have
creature.
just
Never mind.
thorned.
All right, this is looking rough for the mono black control player.
Yeah.
Bogging before killing the rats. I guess to entice the opponent to accidentally Witch's Cottage it back again. I don't know. I suppose there's no real. I guess it's not really a downside. Because, like. No, never mind. They're actually playing Font of Return, so there is a downside to leaving a creature in the yard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen a one-of Font of Return in a bit. It is a very nice card in these grindy matchups.
It's powerful. It costs a lot of mana.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is I think it's
I'm not sure if it's better than like Death Denied or whatever.
Yeah.
It looks cool though. That's what really matters. Ooh, a Witches.
Ooh.
That's not very good here.
Yeah.
That is going to get you addicted.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's. Yeah, no, none of their creatures don't have any better creatures, so it's not like it's protecting anything from Edict.
Honestly, if the white black player doesn't deck themselves, it seems really hard for the mono black player to win from here. But
yeah,
we'll see.
It could happen.
I guess eventually they need to get a threat down, but whatever.
Yeah,
we got time. I guess both players are playing Bonder's Ornaments. Divest?
Yeah.
Let's see if they have been sandbagging creatures.
They
have been sandbagging creatures.
Sanctifier. Yeah. I think I think sandbagging Sanctifier is actually the right choice.
Yeah. If I was wondering if they would be sandbagging something like Guardian of the Guild Pact to avoid getting it edicted.
Yeah.
But sandbagging Sanctifiers to stop them from having Ornament as a out is probably good.
Yeah.
Because a 2/3 just doesn't do anything. If they play a Thorn, your 2/3 is like, all right, hopefully you have a removal spell to back it up.
Yeah. Thorn, Witches, Gary.
And also they need to have no removal spell.
Yeah.
Seems unlikely. Although the mono black control player is doing my favorite strategy with mono black control is just playing lands over and over again, not actually doing anything, and getting outgrounded by the opponent.
Yeah.
Playing the Palace Sentinels here seems ambitious.
Well, we don't know if it's pre or post board. Post board, sandbag that 100% of the time.
Is that a main deck Core Sanctifiers? No, it's sideboard.
Okay, yeah, so we are post board. Yeah, then I would have sandbagged.
Maybe they've got the fear of divest now. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm casting divest means that it's the time where you should be least afraid of divest. Yeah, it just gets defiled.
Yeah, this game's going really good for the white black player.
Oh, yep. There's a Thraben Inspector. Looking a lot better in this matchup than it did facing down a 7/7. I do love me some Thraben Inspector.
Count.
Alrighty.
I wonder if they're counting out mana for Pestilence here. Try to finish the game off. I'm not sure I would waste a Pestilence, but alright.
Yeah.
They're just drawing off the clue and the Monarch trigger. Opponent cycles a Baron Moor. Again, they still need something really good here. Oh, Bog.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
That is actually not too bad. That's a out of. I say this a
pretty
lot.
bad. It's better than the swamp, but
yeah, I say this a lot, but that's their best worst draw. Out of all their suboptimal draws, that's probably the best one.
Yeah, it's the second worst draw for sure.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh.
There's a Guardian of Guild Pact.
That's
I guess they're just jamming creatures at this point. Yeah. And
yeah. No, it's the right. Yeah, it's the right choice.
Yep. All right. So the opponent needs cast down plus the edict. Seems unlikely that they have a cast down.
Yeah. If they have cast down, they would have played it instead. That file.
Well, they also probably would have just killed the 1/2 at some point.
Yeah.
Because they actually just can't afford to take damage here.
Wait, did they? Oh no, they.
I think they Kamehameha'd them.
Yeah. Wait, there's a game 3? Oh man.
Well, that was the end of game 2. So so going to game 3. It looks like mono black control is on the play here. White black seems advantage still.
Yeah. Play and draw can probably won't matter when these games will last 2 hours.
It's just like Force Skyfisher is so much better than Kuon Bosch, which is.
Oh, that is a very that's
a fancy cast down. And most of our audience probably can't read that, but very nice.
Oh man.
Oh, is that one of the magazine? Whatever. Madness.
They had the comic book promos forever ago. I'm not sure how that worked, but I just remember that being a thing.
Yeah, those were for the
back. Yeah.
Those are for the IDW comics, so they'd have one in the bag, but those comics weren't very good.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they killed Dak Faden. They needed somebody to die.
He's the greatest thief of the multiverse, and he stole our hearts.
He could steal anything, but he couldn't catch a break.
I guess nothing changes player draw for either of these players on the sideboard plan.
Yeah, it's.
I guess the mono black player does have a lot of options.
It's a DACK. Second sneeze.
Dak Faden. Now, that card would be very good in Pauper. Slam a Dak Faden, steal your opponent's Ponder's Ornament, get him.
Literally any planeswalker. Yeah, literally any planeswalker.
Anyway, we're talking about Dak Faden and everybody's shuffling.
Oh man.
I do like these playmats.
Yeah, I do like the Fry playmat. I think my favorite, I forget if it's a John Avon. I think it's a John Avon Forest. Oh man. No, don't put Fatal Push.
Fatal Push would be a little bit aggressive in Pauper.
I mean, that is the better art Fatal Push. Oh man. I mean, if
gotta
they're
say,
gonna
like,
do secret layers, if that's something we have to live with, then I will. If they're gonna, I would much rather have gimmick. Yeah, man.
everybody's shuffling. Oh, we might be done though.
Ooh,
So,
could it
like,
be?
I don't know. The
Oh, that it. I forgot the dog secret layer.
toxic
Oh
layer is pretty
man,
good.
yeah. Like them a
I'm just
lot
trying to
more than
think about
signature spell books.
what needs to go right for the mono black player to win here. I
I
guess
mean,
just play
apparently,
a chain of creatures.
yeah. I mean, something must have went right last or in game one.
How do they have Kumbaj Witches still in their library?
Hmm.
That seems like one of the easy cards to cut because the
Yeah.
it only really toasts rats and the missionary. Well, here's a divest, or there's a divest.
Yeah. All right.
Hopefully, they'll show
Let's-
the opponent and us.
there is a castigate in their hand. They take a core skyfisher.
That's we're missing some cards, I think, but
Yeah.
it's fine.
All right. Yeah, we saw that radiant fountain
Mm-hmm.
already.
So no
They get in for
black
one.
mana for the castigate yet.
Yeah.
The
That
white black player
actually
is established to the board first, which is not great for the mono black player.
Yep. So if their mana does mess up, it makes sense if they have a tap land that they would play out Radiant Fountain. All right, they sign in
Signed in
blood.
blood.
Uh,
The mono black player's draw has been very slow.
yeah. Oh, is there echo? Oh, that might be from me.
No, I can hear you just fine. All right, spare supplies into another radiant fountain.
Oh,
Color is not
man.
working out here.
Yeah.
So that player would play any land over radiant fountain, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a single land that you don't. Yeah, that's a bad sign. But they do have another draw off spare supplies.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is. Oh.
Well,
Oof.
look, maybe they've got a third radiant fountain somehow.
Yeah.
They could also just have another plains, and they were just sandbagging it for some reason.
Yeah. Oh man. This is rough. That happens to everybody, man, but
And
happened to me. Yeah.
they got to
Missing
crack their
out on
clue rather
up
than
to.
sack their spare supplies here.
Yeah.
And they missed their land drop. All right, that's not gonna be good.
Oh yeah.
Like if the white black player had black mana, I think they'd be in great shape. Because
no,
if the opponent plays with Thorn, they just kill it and steal the Monarch. But
they're double
it's gonna
blocking.
be hard with only one white mana.
I don't think I double block
What the heck?
there.
I would never double block there because then I lose both
Now
my creatures to one.
if they
removal
get
spell.
to play Thorn, yeah.
Well, that's okay. That worked out all around, I guess.
Yeah. Did they play a plains without sacking their spare supply?
Sure did. They may have a 4-mana spell if they just want to jam.
Yeah, they're okay. They're
That's
just
better.
bouncing. Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Bounce. Isn't that land drop with that chittering rats was
kind of backbreaking,
yeah.
but unfortunately, the mono black player just didn't cast anything, so everything's great.
Yeah.
Like there's just like the opponent, the mono black player does not. They had a cast down and they didn't use it to save their rats.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
I would have taken the 2-for-1, keep a 2/2 in play.
Yeah.
Because then if the opponent just slams Palace Sentinels, you have a removal spell and you kill the Palace Sentinels and you get the Monarch.
Yeah.
Now if the opponent
Ready?
jams Palace Sentinels, they're very ahead.
We get a...
I think that's going to be another missionary. Maybe another Skyfisher. Yep, another missionary.
Nope.
We'll see if they can rip it a blue-black or black-white land or something. Well, mono missionaries here.
Yeah, nothing but inspectors.
They didn't crack?
What are
they representing?
They cracked. They didn't play a land.
Yeah, they didn't
Only
crack
have 2
their
colorless.
clue.
Yeah. Huh.
I would have just tried to get a land. Yeah, you open yourself up to hand disruption, but like being able to play your tap lands, hugely valuable here.
Like you're running so many tapped lands.
You're running 12 or 10 tap lands.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh. And 10 of your 15 black sources are tap lands.
Yeah.
It's fine because it worked out, but like,
Yeah.
And obviously they would have missed, so it's fine. Everything worked out. Everything worked out fine. They're just not playing. They just don't play lands anymore. But they've moved past requiring mana, apparently.
They boarded out all black cards.
I mean, they have a fleet of
strategy.
Draven Inspectors. It seems fine.
Yeah.
Like, they're not in bad shape. Mostly because the mono black opponent's draw has been terrible.
Oh, man. Another planes.
That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think you can sack the supplies there. All right, they die. Two. Ooh. Oh, 2 defiles. I do love some of the old art or old border time spiral cards.
Is there an old border defile? Because if not, there should be.
No.
That's a bummer.
But we got old border Thraben Inspector.
Old border Gray Merchant, Mole Drifter.
Yeah. Ready.
All right, bash for 2, taking it presumably. Yeah. Keep a gang there would have been really good.
They don't have.
Yeah,
they are not running. Yeah. Already.
Look, a keep a gang shouldn't be so bad so often that I have to take the opportunity to say when it would be good.
So they do sack that spare supplies in desperation. It's a black land.
We got there.
It's a game of Magic again.
Bashing? I guess they may have a Guardian here too.
Yeah.
Sure looks like it.
Yep. There is a Guardian.
They would not be attacking if it was a Palace Sentinel, so.
Oh man. Right. How many cards did they go through?
12. But look, the mono black player's draw was just so sluggish, everything worked out. Chittering Rats.
You're not a little bit late. Yeah. I don't think it's I think this is a pretty big turning point because the mono black player has just been doing nothing. Like nothing.
The white black player needs to find the extra black sources. That's basically it. If they can get a pestilence down, that will negate gray merchants.
Oh, now
that's one of the ways to get out of this.
Looping Skyfisher and Omen here is gonna be. I think that's lights out, but I
think it's fine. I think it's fine.
I
think they have 2 more turns.
Lights out versus mono black. Swing in, but yeah, just having double protection from edicts for that Guardian is so big.
They still need the extra black source. Because what can happen now is they kill the other 2 creatures, edict, and then bog.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, oh, there's an ornament. Well, I say that like excitedly, but the mono black player does not have enough mana to just use ornament every time.
Yeah. know Bounce Lands makes it. I know Raptor 56. And Callie talked about on the last podcast, has been playing a version of Mono Black with Bonder's Ornament and Bounce Lands. And you really can't, without Bounce Lands, it's really kind of hard to justify that Bonder's, even though it's such a good card. I was saying
it's
that
not hard
at
to
that
justify.
point,
Playing more and more Skyfishers every turn.
Oh man, I do love me some Pestilence.
Yeah, if the white black player had more black mana and was able to slam a Pestilence, I think the game would be over. But
oh man,
they're just replaying a Thraven Inspector, I guess.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. You got the Skyfishers for days.
Man. I think the mono black player is the one who needs Pestilence right now.
Yeah, it's
but like they're also short on mana.
Yeah,
they're short on mana and life.
They can wipe. They do have just enough mana to wipe if they draw Pestilence.
They wipe except for the Guardian.
And
then the opponent gets to replay the Omen, replay a Skyfisher.
Replay the since they only have one black mana, they do get slowed down considerably. But yeah, again, this is also all hypothetical based on or that they might have 3 of max and might not even board in. But, yep, and that's the scoop. Already, White-Black Pestilence moves on again in the lower bracket.
Mm-hmm. And we will say goodbye to the mono-black control player. Their draw was super awkward, just sluggish, not very effective.
I mean,
a little bit wonky.
Yeah. Their draw was so bad it lost to not drawing black mana for White-Black Pestilence for like... Oh god, how many turns was that?
That was way too many turns.
Oh man.
But like they just never found threats.
Yeah.
They traded off that rat early, which I think was a mistake.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure exactly how many removal spells they had access to at that point. And other than that, like their draw doesn't do anything against the opponent's draw. So plus Omen plus Skyfisher is a heck of a card in a grindy matchup like that. Heck of a combo.
I just like it everywhere, but I am also a filthy value player.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so Mono Black has left the building. We'll also see who amongst the Monarch and Bully players managed to take it down. All right, we'll be doing the lower bracket now, and we'll see what kind of stuff we have. The white-black player won, and Alex won here. Let's see if I can find their deck list. The Bully player managed to pull it out against the Monarch player. All right. I guess the flood of tokens and hawks could not be stopped by our suffocating fumes.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Cusco in the finals against Ronnie. So the 2 burn decks moved on. Okay, and we'll have blue-black against Bully here. So Fairies deck versus Bully. Bully deck is kind of designed to prey on Fairies decks, but this is blue-black Fairies. It's a much different deck than blue-red Fairies. We'll see how that ends up for them.
I remember somebody said that Bully was named that way because it bullied Delver, but that's not actually true. I think one of the deck's creators was like Turbo Bully? They had Bully in their nickname.
Look, it's all fine. We'll pretend that it bullies Delver.
got a different meaning.
Let's see what else we got here. Anything interesting in these boards? The bully board is pretty much just normal. The blue-black deck has a lot of options in their board, so that's going to be fun to get to when we get to it.
Yeah.
Game 1, though, there's 1 Echoing Decay and 1 Suffocating Fumes in the blue-black list.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fine amount.
Yeah, I think it's still gonna struggle, though. It is a Xerox deck. If there's any card, or if there's any deck that's good at finding silver bullets, well, it's Tron, but also Xerox.
Well, there's also a nice Kaldheim card in this blue-black list. It's running 2 Behold the Multiverses.
Yeah. I know Kelly was pretty high on that. It didn't stick all that much. Like, it wasn't an immediate 4 of, but it is still a very interesting card.
It's pretty strong.
Yeah.
So it is a lot of mana.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2-drop slot is already pretty full on this list.
Yeah, that was my thinking, was like, I almost never want to spend my turn 2 for telling. I think it's a lot better spending,
well,
yeah.
The benefit of Behold is turn 4, you foretell it, and you hold up counterspell. If they let you counter, otherwise you Behold the Multiverse.
Yeah, it's that's basically its biggest time to shine.
Yep. So we'll this is going to be actually pretty interesting. Rather than just having a pile of fairies that get brick walled by hawks and battle screeches, we also have some bigger threats in Gurmag Angler and Thorn, and the removal from this deck is much better set than the red removal from, like, Scred and Bolt are pretty good. They're much worse than Echoing Decay or Fumes, or even Snuff Out when you're facing this bully deck. And all right, so the other lower bracket match is going to be our white-black player facing Mebut on Cascadetron. That's, well, white-black against Fogtron is like 10% to win.
Yeah.
So hard to win.
It's abysmal. And I think the big problem here is Pestilence and Crypt Rats are just almost absolutely dead.
Yeah.
Pestilence you can at least use as a win con, but like, it's really hard to justify. I still see this as, it's definitely a lot better positioned, but at the end of the day, Cascade can still lead to multiple bodies that you do need that hard removal to take care of. Fortunately, they are running a fair bit of hard removal, but it's still, yeah.
I think it's going to depend on how fast the Tron deck can get on the board.
Yeah,
if
they do have hand disruption.
Like, if they wait until turn 7 to play their first creature, the white-black deck is very likely to be able to have enough removal to answer everything. But if they're starting on, like, if they go turn 3 boarding party into Muldrifter, the white-black deck is just like, all right, I guess I have to kill both these creatures. I guess I can't play my Monarch card yet. I'll wait till next turn. And next turn might be too late.
Yep. It's weird figuring out Cascadetron matchups when the point of reference, the only no point of reference we have is normal Tron.
I would compare it to Fangren Tron. The matchups are very similar.
Yeah.
You lose out a little bit on affinity matchups. You gain a little bit on fairy matchups.
Yeah.
And that's around about the same. I guess the Cascadetron deck is slightly better than Fangren Tron against the mirror, like the fog mirror. But it's not it's not that notable. You're still a huge dog.
Yeah.
So I don't know if All I know is the white-black versus Tron matchup is going to be much less interesting than the Fairies versus Bully one, so I'm glad we get to see this Fairies deck in action from turn 1. We got a little glimpse of it earlier, but now we get the whole shebang.
Yeah.
I guess we're waiting for our supreme verdict here. So what do we want to see here? I guess the Bully deck wants to find some Hawks in the battle screen. And we're into Rose Plains. And our blue-black player wants to find themselves some early fairies to get aggro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right, we have most of our battlefield ready. There we go. 7.
It is 7 and some amount.
I'm certain those numbers made sense to somebody. We got ourselves some typing going on here. Very nice keyboard they got there.
Just got to go to paper tournaments with like runic die, like roll them. Like, oh no, I swear that adds up to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yo, foreign card racket.
I see a bird token over there. It's a nice little bird token. And they should be starting just now. If they have good hands. We'll see if they have good hands.
Yeah.
Turn 1 Evolving Wilds. Fine. Turn 1 a gain land. Also fine. We got ourselves a tapped Evolving Wilds, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have figured out our issue. Get ourselves an island. Oh, swamp. All right. Got to get your black mana somehow. Presumably they have islands in hand. All right, let's see what kind of threat the blue-black player can present. And nothing. Maybe holding up Sprite. Maybe holding up Brainstorm plus Ash Barrens. Or just removal spells. Being able to kill a Seeker here is nice, if they have it.
Yeah.
They have the Seeker. Do they have the removal? Yeah, we'll brainstorm into something. Presumably they'll have an Ash Barrens, but maybe not. Let's see if they have it. Nope. Brainstorm locked themselves. They aren't playing a 1-mana removal spell, so they would have to use 2 mana to kill the Seeker, or 0 mana to snuff out it. Augur to clear off that top card from the Brainstorm. That Brainstorm is the card they put back from the first Brainstorm that they didn't shuffle away. Do they have a snuff out for the Seeker? That's an Ice Tunnel. Also another new Kaldheim card. Typed dual lands are a new thing in Pauper, and they are quite helpful here. They let you snuff out while also being a dual land. We are prowessing our Seeker, it seems. We got kind of a wonky angle for the bully player. I assume they are Faceless Looting, because that's the card they would play and then draw cards from.
Yep.
So draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, make their Seeker a 3/3. Seems like a good card. And they're bashing.
Hits through Augur.
Yep.
It's good.
And there's no snuff out here. It would be cast. They would not take 3 damage and hold back snuff out. So, all right, untap. The bully player did not have a Thraben Inspector to play without planes, and they pulled it back with their bounce land. They have the ability to play a Palace Sentinels next turn by playing the planes and just going for it. I'm not sure if they'll be in a position to do that. If the blue-black player has enough removal spells, they'll be able to get punished pretty hard from that. Interestingly, they can just ninja here.
Yeah. Oh.
And here's a ninja.
And we are seeing that.
I mean, ninja draw a card, replay Augur is a pretty good turn, but they do need to kill the Seeker at some point.
Yeah.
Like, if they'd been able to snuff out earlier, they basically would have paid 1 life to be able to kill it. Now they're paying a big premium.
Yeah, you can have all the value in the world, but it's all for naught when you got taking like 4 to 5 damage, lifelink and damage a turn. Right.
Flame slash ninja. Are they gonna sprite it?
That's a sprite.
Yep.
That's a sprite.
I don't think they would have counterspelled that. I think they would have only sprited it instead.
Yeah.
Journeyed and
journeyed nowhere. Put a lead on that. Well, actually, no. Mags. Their graveyard isn't that full. How many journeys do they run? Yeah, no, that was the right. Yeah, that was the right play. All right, there's snuff out. Huh.
It's pretty good because it's 4/4.
Yeah.
They are at they've taken basically 7 damage from that card, but
yeah.
Hey, they drew a Thraben Inspector.
Hey.
They played a mountain this turn. They returned a plains, right?
Yes.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, I didn't catch it.
All right, bashing with Sprite. They have another ninja. Seems unlikely because they played in Evolving Wilds, but
yeah.
Alrighty. So neither player really has an aggressive play, or aggressive board rather. I think it's just an issue of which player is able to resolve their threats first here. Okay. No threats. No threats cast, and then Brainstorm in a turn puts this game firmly in the blue-black controller's side. There's just so many ways for this to go horribly, horribly wrong for the Boros player. I think what the Boros player needed was to just play a Battle Screech and get it counterspelled. Once that happens, then they can start playing more threats, and the blue-black player is forced to keep more and more answers up. But right now, it looks like the blue-black player is going to be able to like play a Gurmag Angler or something and be in pretty commanding position. Second Swamp is I guess it pays for Angler pretty easily.
Yeah.
And that seems like a good play if they have an Angler. They might not have an Angler though. If they have a Ninja, yeah, ninjaing back Sprite's obviously great. This looks like an Angler. Now their Thraben Inspector is pretty pushed back here. Not going to get an attack in anyway. Yeah, or get an attack in with the Thraben Inspector anytime soon.
Yeah.
Into turn, crack Clue. Do nothing because they don't play at instant speed.
Untaps. And this is going to be... Yeah, they're casting it to 4 mana. It's this is gonna be a... They've spent their Journey to Nowhere. Flashback to Faithless Looting. That's not really where they want to be. Looks
Flashback,
like they're
Faceless
spreading.
Looting, and getting sprited is kind of a disaster, yeah.
Yeah.
Now
And the thing
with
is,
2 mana, what's the best they can
Yeah.
do? Play a Seeker, get it killed?
Yeah. It's not looking so hot. And they pass.
Yeah, it's not going to be good for them.
Yeah.
After 7. Okay, I guess not taking 5. They discarded a Prismatic Strands earlier, it looks like. And then they used the Thraben Inspector to tap to pay the alternate flashback cost on the Prismatic Strands. Gain 5 life is fine. Oh. We're spriting the Prismatic Strands. Oof.
Ooh.
I like that. Do they have a ninja to go with it? Man, getting that Faithless Looting flashback sprited was a disaster because that also allowed them to play the sprite, get another damage in, and have a third fairy so that they could counter this this Prismatic Strands.
Yeah. Oh man.
This is just an augur. We knew about the augur from earlier.
Yeah, they bounced it back with Ninja.
Cast down, okay, that's pretty good. Not the best card. What the best card would be an answer to the a Battle Screech.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if Battle Screech is even gonna do it here. Like even if it resolves, I don't know if Battle Screech would be enough.
Yeah, getting in because they can't stop that Gangler, and they can. Blue Black will find that Suffocating Fumes eventually.
If you're Bully and you pass with 5 mana, you're probably gonna lose.
Yeah, that's how many cards they have in hand. 5.
Looks like 5.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I guess those are just like rallies and
yeah,
and Palace Sentinels or things like they just cannot cast. There's another Prismatic Strands. This one gets to fog for a while, but the Bully player's in a tough position. Thorn of the Black Rose. All right. Guess Bolt, Thorn into turn, untap, Bolt. Okay. No end of turn removal spell makes this a lot more difficult. I'm not sure. It just the Bully player just has to have a bunch of uncastables. Like actual uncastables. Things that if they cast they would lose. If they cast a Palace Sentinel last turn, the blue-black player would say, okay, and then would bash and take the Monarch for free. If they'd cast a Rally of the Peasants, that doesn't do anything. It's like, who cares about giving your creatures power if you don't have any creatures? Here's a Flame Slash on Thorn, presumably. Yep.
Yep.
I guess if they have another removal spell for the Augur, and the blue-black player doesn't have a counter spell. Oh wait, no, we know the blue-black player has a cast down, so this doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, the Bully player is just not. The Bully player's draw just didn't function. Once that Seeker went away, they didn't have anything to do.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Faithless. I mean, the game really turned when they countered that second Faithless, but
Hmm.
that first Faithless must just not have been very effective.
It discarded a prismatic strands, which is fine, but
Yeah.
it didn't give them the threats that they need. They needed to have a bunch of battle screeches so they can just try to force through them through opposing counter spells, and they never
Yeah,
got there.
or resolve a hawk, or just get threats.
A hawk definitely was not resolving this game.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Hmm.
Wondering if we see the concession.
I think they're going to get beaten to death soon enough. So
Yeah. Nature's concession.
and we're done. All right, so the
Alright.
blue-black player got on the board quicker. The white-red player's draw didn't function really. That Seeker was really all that was tying that hand together, and it got killed. So you don't
So
usually
post
want
board.
to snuff out a creature against a deck before lightning bolts, but if it's the only creature they really play for the rest of the game, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. So they get 2 suffocating fumes in from the board. Probably Geist? Huh.
Geist is mediocre.
Yeah. I would. The issue is they run 3 journeys.
Yeah,
It
it's just
doesn't block
meh.
Seeker.
I think
And
blue
you're,
blast is good here. Being able to
Mhm.
counter opposing red blasts and opposing removal is nice.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
because
how
of the
much
Flame
it's
Slash's
necessary though.
main board, I think keeping Blue Blast in is fine. Typically, I'm not very high on Blue Blast versus Bully.
Well, I was just thinking like one or two, probably two.
Yeah, definitely
Um,
don't go up to full 3.
I think Edict's a little bit ambitious.
Yeah, no, not playing Edict. Uh,
Do you reaping here? I guess he's reaping here because reaping seems really good late game.
yeah. If you think you can stall out that board, and you're probably
Mhm.
trading away
Yeah,
a lot of Fey blocking, so
I think I would probably cut Thorn.
yeah, I would cut Thorn.
Cut Thorn, cut Agony Warp.
They play Guardian though.
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, I guess this Agony Warp is fine.
Yeah,
Trim on Snuff Outs, maybe?
yeah. Uh, Trimming on Snuff Out seems fine, just because if you spend your turn 2 playing Cast Down, there's
Oh,
not a lot you want to counter turn 3. Their big
they're cutting
turn,
3 Fairy Seers. The opponent has 2 Electric Furies on the board. It seems
yeah,
hard to not cut Fairy Seers here, or at least trim
yeah,
on them. You can keep one, but like it's just not that great. Like if you play turn 1 Fairy Seer and they play turn 2 Hawk, you're not in great shape.
yeah.
They also might be able to trim on ninjas, but probably not.
Nah, I think you keep the ninjas in. Well,
They have so many options. Their board is great.
yeah, they've
their
got it.
board is very well made. I don't know if they have an actual plan, but if they do, whew,
Yeah,
that is just a lot of options.
yep. Including
And
your favorite Okiba Gang Shinobi, of course.
on the other side, ring shenanigans are useless. Lumen Thread Field seems very ambitious.
Yeah, no.
Lone Missionary does nothing. Leave No Trace does nothing. Flaring Pain does nothing. So, and Gorilla Shaman does nothing. So, some number of Red Blasts, probably all 4, and then some number of Electric Rees, probably both.
Yeah.
Cutting rallies, trimming on strands.
I wonder if I would go down. I wouldn't go down every strand.
Is Flame Slash good enough? No, it's a sorcery. I would just play Red
Yeah.
Blast over Flame Slash. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
you get to hit Angler with a Bolt or another Flame Slash, and that's just not good enough.
yeah. You're running journeys.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really need Flame Slash that much. I think, Red Blast is going to kill anything Flame Slash would kill, except except when doubled up or combined with a bolt. But you don't really want to be in that position. Obviously, you'd rather be in that position than not being able to remove a Gurmag Angler. But when you're running journeys and like Faithless to really dig, then hopefully you wouldn't be in that position.
Um, who gets better after board here?
Definitely Blue Black. Bully does have the boon of getting more effective blasts. That blast is much better versus Blue Black than Blue Blast is versus Bully.
I don't think that's the correct comparison. I think the correct comparison is Red Blast better against Blue Black than Suffocating Fumes is against Bully?
Yeah.
And going up to 3 Fumes seems...
No, yeah, I do. Yeah, Blue Black is definitely favored. That's just kind of the only plus that Bully has post board. Everything
Oh,
else
man.
is...
Is Bully
Yeah.
forced to put in Lumen Thread Field just for Fumes?
That would suck.
That's too bad. I would refuse to do that.
Mm. Yeah, it's just so clunky. And you open yourself up to a counter spell so easily. I would honestly run the 4 mana the Anthem that you can cast for 3 or for free over Lumen Threadfield. Just because most of the time you're only going to use it, you're only going to need it once anyway.
No, I guess Field against something like Blue Red Fairies is better, because then you just play it and you get to just block. Like it's
Yeah.
not a sideboard card just for Electrickery. It's I'm better in combat. So
Yeah.
maybe Field's good there. I don't know.
That is true. I just don't think you want to be blocking too much, but Bully does have a decent stall game.
I guess the real problem is that Limit Red Field doesn't do it against Fiery Cannonade.
Yeah, nothing does it against Fire Cannonade.
Nothing can stop the Cannonade. Oh, we got a turn 2
Not that
Seeker,
I'm
though. That's
bitter.
pretty good.
Turn 2
Is
Seeker
it immediately
both
dead? Ooh, turn 1, turn
already.
2 Preordain.
Looking for that snuff out.
Yep.
No snuff out.
No Snuff Out, no second cantrip, huh?
Yeah, that's not great. That does make me think that they did cut those Fairy Seers.
Why would they play their land before Preordain?
Hmm.
I guess it didn't matter. They had the Ash Barrens.
Yeah. Yeah, you are correct. That does.
Because there's no black spell they would cast there.
Yeah.
They
They're all
can't
2
Angler.
mana.
So, well, the Bully player played nothing on turn 3, which is good for the blue-black player. They
Bully
may
doesn't
just be
really-
leaving up Pyroblast.
Yeah, Bully doesn't really do a lot turn 3. Turns 2 and 4 that matter.
Well, it was that was the opportunity for them to resolve a Hawk, and resolving a
Yeah.
Hawk here would be great.
Yep.
That gives them a second creature
Mhm.
to avoid any Monarch shenanigans.
Yep.
And it ensures that they get at least a couple Hawks in hand to play around counters later.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So counter mana is held up.
Are you just jamming? Oh,
Looks
a
like
Battle
they're
Screech, presumably.
yeah.
That's fine. I
Jamming
like jamming
Screech.
Battle Screech here.
Yeah.
Your opponent's highly incentivized to counter if they have one, and if it resolves, you're in commanding position.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't resolve, you bash for 3. They don't have any
Yeah.
1-mana removal spells.
You bash for 3 and you still have that Screech in the yard. The reasons why it's so strong.
Mhm.
And having 2. Oh, there
They
we
found
go.
the Snuff
There's
Out.
the Snuff Out. All right.
They just
now
top deck
they're
it.
now they're not in such a good position. No looting.
Well, there's
but
no threats. The blue-black player
yeah.
just doesn't have a threat yet. So at some point, the bully player gets to just like play a Hawk in Pyroblast or whatever.
Yeah.
Probably not right now, but
No cantrip from that either denotes Sprite and ooh.
cast counter spell, get Pyroblasted, Sprite the Pyroblast, win the game.
Yeah.
Or double Sprite and get owned.
They are.
I guess Lumen Thread feels really good in the mirror, huh?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is this Hawk resolving? This Hawk is resolving.
Oh man.
Okay, the blue-black player is in not a good shape now.
Yeah. Really gonna want that tough game fumes. It looked like they were in the tank for a second. I don't think there's any. I guess maybe they had double Sprite and they were concerned that that would get blown out.
Yeah, you
That's
can't
the
double
only
Sprite here.
reason.
It's too vulnerable.
Yeah, but that's the only reason I would think that
I would double
you
Sprite here if I had
pause.
that option. You can double Sprite here, bash with both, and then enter one back, but doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
There's no way I don't Hawk the previous turn when they had double planes plus a red source.
Yeah.
So they must have just drawn the Hawk, just like they just drew the Snuff Out. There's a naked Sprite, and oh no.
They
Okay.
had double Sprite.
Okay. They did double Sprite the second Hawk. Okay.
I thought it.
It looked like they were thinking about it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I do think that was the right play. It just
yeah, I like that.
sucks that they were in that
I also
position.
like bashing there, but
Yeah. Alright.
maybe they want to be able to Sprite 3 mana spells or something.
Yep.
I mean, if that's all they have, then the blue-black player is not in bad shape.
Well, they have Screech in the yard.
I don't think you're supposed to cast Screech here if you have the option. It's just too bad if your opponent has the fumes.
Yeah.
And if they had Echoing Decay, they can put the Squadron Hawk trigger on the stack and then fumes your guy or Echoing Decay your guys, and you don't get to flashback
Yeah.
you don't get the option to flashback. So if they had Echoing Decay, they would not have the option to flashback the Battle Screech. And if they have the fumes, they'll let them flashback the Battle Screech and then fumes away.
Alrighty.
Crunch. Wonder what they're waiting on.
Oh,
Bash.
they're flashing back Screech.
Huh. I guess you have to get the fumes out of their hand somehow, right?
Yeah.
God, you might have to play for Lumen Thread Field. Ugh. Fumes is just so good.
Yeah.
That is gross.
They cast something. Unfortunately, cannot see what it was.
Probably not a journey. Might be a seeker. The border doesn't look like a limb with red field.
Yeah, because that had did that have the future sight?
Yes. I think that's a Seeker from Iconic Masters, if I had to guess. All right, well, we got our ninja in somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know how those tokens didn't block.
Yeah, I think that's something you do every time. Especially when they have the threat of fumes. Like, you want to get all the value that you can out of those. And when it's not guaranteed that they'll make it through the next turn. Already, there's a rally. I guess that makes sense.
All right, fair enough. And they
Yeah.
somehow didn't get countered or anything. All right.
Yeah.
I guess the blue-black player just had nothing in hand. Everything worked out fine.
Yeah.
Fumes just makes that game trivial, right? You just fumes and
Yeah. No,
win.
Fumes would have won it a while ago.
Okay. Well, sometimes they don't draw the fumes, or the echoing decay, or a regular removal spell, or a counter spell, a third sprite, uh, any number of cards.
Yeah,
They
but
just had a handful of nothing.
yeah, resolving that Squadron Hawk
Mm-hmm.
is such a big game in this.
I don't think you can double sprite the first Hawk. Like, you get owned by Red Blast and Lightning Bolt
Yeah.
and Electricity if they brought that in.
I think it would depend on what's in my hand.
Well, you also get owned by them just having a second Hawk in hand. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yep.
think you can do that, but I would. I don't know.
I think I'd consider it.
What sucks is
Again,
that
it would.
they had double sprite and the opponent had one Hawk in play and they didn't bash. If they had attacked and traded and the other one ninja'd back, maybe that game goes differently.
Yeah.
I don't know if they had the ninja at that time though. All right, well, good news for the blue-black player. They're on the draw, or on the play, rather.
Yep.
And they get to get their creatures out before the opponent.
Mm-hmm. And
And
have that
we'll
counter
see.
spell up for Seeker.
Yeah, being able to having the option to play your threats or having the option to hold up answers. You get a lot more choices on the play. Of course, both these games, they've had the snuff out for Seeker after taking a hit, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, last game it was minimized a little by the fact that the first Seeker hit did not have prowess. But still, would rather take no damage than 2. Especially
Would be
when you're
nice.
cutting your life total low with Snuff Out.
The first snuff out's fine. The second and third
Yeah.
ones get a little bit ambitious. But, I mean, you really want to draw that first one. All right, we got a double snow-covered islands, it looks like, against a Ash
Looks
Barrens.
like they tutored up a basic mountain.
They play 1 Ash Barrens. All right. Worked out.
Yeah.
They get to
You see the
hopefully
turn
play a
2
Seeker here. Or a Hawk.
Oh, nothing.
Playing
That's
nothing's
actually
hard.
That's kind of big game.
It just feels not. Oh, playing nothing is very bad here.
Yeah.
The longer this game goes on, the more chances the blue-black player has to create an unassailable board state. Is this a main phase brainstorm after playing a land?
That looks like it.
They may be just jamming Augur here and have a blue blast for their red blast. Because, like, if they have the blue blast, they get to jam Augur, get the trade off their blasts, and then if they play a Palace Sentinels, they just untap and kill the Sentinels and steal the Monarch. But doesn't look like it. It's a Seeker. Yeah. Brainstorm locked? Brainstorm locked.
Oof.
Ugh. And now if they try to Augur... Oh, Foretell! Oh, call time!
Already. Behold the Multiverse, I believe, is the one.
Everyone, behold.
Ready.
Alrighty. I don't like not just running it in. I think I would have just ran it into their counterspell, but maybe they really, really didn't want to get it red blasted.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is going badly.
Yeah.
If this gets red blasted and they blue blast back and get red blasted again, ugh.
Yeah.
Are they just searching for mana? It's got to just be searching for mana at this point.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
oh, they
black
do
mana.
finally hit a swamp. So they can remove that Seeker.
They can't counter Palace Sentinels. This is not good for them.
Oh, yeah, landing a Sentinels.
Because, like, if they resolve a Palace Sentinel... good.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
okay.
good.
They may not have Palace Sentinels. They may not have Battle Screech. It could be fine.
Yeah. Uh-oh. That's 4 mana. Yeah. Oh.
Yep, right. This is not over for the blue-black player. They are highly advantaged. Or highly disadvantaged, rather. The bully player, if they resolve a Hawk here, is in great shape. If they have...
Pyroblast would be good, too.
I don't think Pyroblast is good enough because it runs into Sprite.
That's true.
I guess
And
it
they
depends on
already
how
have
much mana
Pressure.
the blue-black player has to use on card selection here.
Oh.
If they have it all...
Man.
Okay, this is...
yeah, this is
death.
yeah. Well, it's looking like this one is over.
It's not over. If they have sprites and the Boros player runs into them, I do not think they ran into them.
Yeah, that is 4 mana. Oh.
No, I think it's a 3. They had a plane, so they tapped and then bounced with a bounce land.
Ah, yeah.
Which is a very strange thing to do, but whatever. Oh, they might be floating a red now. Because they get a floated the white, use the white that was floating and the white from the Boros garrison to float
that
the
would
red.
make sense.
So now if they Pyroblast a counterspell, they'll have red mana to bolt a sprite, and then have another mana up for another bolt or another Pyroblast.
Yeah. Get in for 2.
The red mana has burned away, so
yep.
Nothing there.
But still 2 red mana.
If you have a Squadron Hawk, you're going to play a Hawk over the Seeker, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, goodbye, keyword. Don't worry, we'll get a little bit of the RPG bleeding through in a second. They could have Electricity and a Pyroblast or something.
Yeah.
But, like, okay, say the blue-black player has end of turn Sprite and steals Monarch, they still have to kill both these creatures.
Looks like that is what is happening. And I believe, if they had removal, they would have fired it off.
So what could happen is the Boros player on their turn tries to kill the Sprite. This will burn mana from the blue-black side, meaning they are not able to steal the Monarch and defend against whatever the Boros player does on their turn, and kill both creatures.
Already, they swing in. Oh,
just gonna let him have the Monarch. It's a little tough. Oh, Ninja. Okay, now I'm gonna want to bolt that. If they have a second Ninja, that burns a lot of their mana.
Yeah, I
guess it also depends on what the Boros player has in hand. If it's just another Palace Sentinels, then cool. I will attack with both my creatures. Cool, you kill both my creatures, I'll play a Palace Sentinels. Good game.
Yeah. I think if you have the Palace Sentinels, you let this slide in. If you also have Pyroblast and Bolt. Because, we have to play around Sprite, though. Yep. So they draw 2.
They still need to kill both these creatures, otherwise the Monarch just comes back. And if they're bouncing back Monarch, that benefits the bully player tremendously because they have cards like Battle Screech to defend. Is that a Snuff Out main phase? Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
That is, yeah.
I am uncertain of why that would be cast main phase unless they're playing a Gurmag Angler.
Well, no, they drew the card off Ninja. They didn't draw the card off Monarch. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. I don't see a reason to wait on this, or a reason to do it now. I don't see a reason not to wait on the Snuff Out.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I don't think there's any protection spells available.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magic Trans doesn't do anything, so.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought about Gurmag Anglering and chose not to. Angler seems okay here. Blocks the Palace Sentinels, basically a removal spell.
I mean, you want to give your opponent as little information as possible. You want them to bank on
Battle Screech.
The board staying as it is.
This is Battle Screech, isn't it?
Yeah, they wouldn't play another Palace Sentinel. Yep, there's a counterspell. And there is the Pyroblast, and here comes the Sprite.
We know about the Sprite, though. And the blue-black player knows that the Boros player knows about the Sprite.
Yeah, so they probably wouldn't have run that out if they were tapped down.
What are they going to do here now?
Oh, there's a...
are they going to Sprite to block the Palace Sentinels? That doesn't... that's not going to work.
Yeah, no.
I guess the blue-black player could have another Snuff Out.
Yeah, or a Cast Down.
Or a Cast Down, I guess.
Yeah. If you were spriting to block, you would try and Sprite and counter the Pyroblast, because either way, they would kill it.
Okay, doing all this pre-combat is just so weird. I don't know why this Palace Sentinels hasn't bashed. Because, if you bash with Palace Sentinels, the opponent's forced to use mana on a cast down for the Palace Sentinels, use mana on a Sprite to chump, or reveal that they have another Snuff Out.
Even
that
if
gives you more options.
Even if they somehow manage to counter the Squadron Hawk, you don't flashback Battle Screech here. Alright, there's Cast Down. Oh, Echoing Decay.
Alright, Fog.
Yeah. Yeah, what are the life totals?
Pretty high. The blue-black player is at 9 or something, and the Boros player is at 18. Actually,
12 and 20 or 18. All right.
Okay.
because they only got in with the ninja.
So they paid 8 from the snuff outs, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Yep, there's fumes. They're not out of it. They do have the problem that
That is
Squadron
a
Hawk
really
did
big
resolve.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah, the Squadron Hawk resolving was a big issue for them.
Okay. So they need to find a removal spell for the Sentinels or a way to block it.
Yeah.
Like playing an Augur, so you're fine. Here is fine. If they can protect it in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Signs like this where you do not want to have Rally the Peasants in your library.
Yeah. You think they cut each copy?
I probably would have run one Rally.
Yeah, one rally seems fine. I mean, on one hand, your opponent is going to be chunking themselves with Snuff Out. Yep, here we see the Squadron Hawk.
Whole squad of them.
Yep.
Is that a journey?
Oh, there's
Yeah,
a journey.
kind of a weird.
And double
You're not going to
sprite.
try to double sprite here, are you?
Uh,
It looks like it.
yeah,
I mean, if double
otherwise,
sprite works, it's great. If double sprite
yeah,
doesn't work, this game is over.
yeah. This might be one of those haymaker, like you have to go for it. Just because you have no immediate way of getting the Monarch back if you lose, yeah. And they
Also,
are
this is
running more
another
stuff.
way. This is another time where doing this pre-combat is kind of a bummer. If they
Yeah,
bash with the Palace Sentinels, they wouldn't be able to chump.
yeah.
It doesn't matter if they have Electrickery instead of Bolt or Pyroblast, and if they have nothing, then okay, fair enough.
All right.
They're thinking.
Yeah.
Oof.
Wow.
All right. Just running out
That's
the double
pretty
sprite worked
big.
out.
And I thought this game was over a while ago, but there is no end.
Oh, let's
Wait,
see if they have another fumes here.
for a second, I thought they were attacking with all of them, and I was like, wait a minute.
I think you have to bash with Palace Sentinels. It sucks, but
yeah.
like getting them to chump is fine. Getting to get the Monarch for a turn is fine. But
yeah, they don't.
doing this lets you leave up the Palace Sentinels. Wait,
They kept in Fairy Seer.
did the journey resolve or something? Or is this ninja just sleepy? Okay, it was just sleepy.
Aha, it wasn't me. Okay.
All right, so Sentinels can block ninja now if they don't have a removal spell.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they have a removal spell. It looks
There's
like they have a removal spell.
Yeah, they
Now
can.
they get to bash with all 3.
Yeah.
Or just bash with ninja and trade for 2 tokens.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're trading.
I like that.
Yeah.
Reduces the effectiveness of a.
They let it resolve. Do they have a black mana up?
No.
No, because they only have 1 black mana.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they brainstorm. Yeah. If they find like swamp suffocating fumes, the game would be over, but that's a big ask. Man, these are some grindy decks. Oh, they have 3 untapped mana, so they could
Ash Barons if they have it, but they only run 3 Ash Barons and they've played 1.
Yeah.
I don't remember if they used one.
They could technically preordain.
All right, to be fair, every time I play against blue-black, they always have the untapped swamp in their hand if they need it.
I know. I always see the double snuff out.
Oh,
That's
no. Okay. Actually,
yeah.
that's fine.
Bottom 2. I mean, it's on one hand, that does mean you're not drawing anything you want. On the other hand, you are getting rid of those brainstorm, and you get the draw at the end of your turn with the monarchy.
Did they miss the monarch?
And it looks like they missed the monarchy trigger.
Win some, lose some.
Yep.
Negating Battle Screech, it looks like.
Yep.
It could be a rally. Oh, there's a red blast?
There's a red blast.
All right, there was a Battle Screech. You gotta have 2 different bird tokens here, summoning sick and non-summoning sick.
Yeah.
But 2 summoning sick birds, 2 non-summoning sick birds. And then they flashed it back? That's interesting.
Yeah, playing right into suffocating. I mean,
Do
I
they
guess
have another Palace Sentinel's hand or something? Is that a journey? Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, it is so much better to have just attacked with 5 tokens, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not. Maybe their hand means they're not able to just trade Monarch back and forth.
Maybe, but like you're so blown out by fumes.
And Echoing Decay. Echoing Decay probably ends the game. Then again, Electrickery from the Boros opponent also would have ended the game at some point, so
Yeah.
it really depends on their draws here. Like if the blue black player hits here, the game's over. They did not hit. What? Okay. So the blue black player is dead? They played no sorcery speed spells and didn't attack, so here's a rally, presumably. Yep. Rally number 1. Do they have the fumes? They have a sprite. Are they just flashing it back? Yep.
Yep.
All right, blue black player is dead.
Already.
Okay, the blue black player needed to draw really badly to not get out of that, but we have seen the power of many 1/1s plus a Rally of the Peasants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To be fair, many 1/1s would have won by themselves. However, Rally of the Peasants certainly ended it faster. That looks like the Boros player has won 2-1 to escape the lower bracket and their final demise, which means that the blue-black fairies deck is a goner.
Yep.
All right. Well, the the Boros deck had to take out the Monarch deck and the fairies deck. So one of our establishment decks has beaten the other 2. It's always nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they did board in 1 field. Well, they're still taken out. They're still unboarded. So
yeah, they have 1 field in their sideboard, so that's the one they brought in. Yeah, I can see how that would be fine.
Yeah,
because like it's just so bad if you get fumed.
Yeah,
it's pretty bad if you get fumes anyway, but whatever.
Yeah.
So we have ourselves some results. Boros deck here won, and the white-black deck won in the other bracket.
Alrighty. I always love
Cascadetron is gone.
Ah.
Which is always fun deck to watch, but on the other hand,
you have seen it twice.
White-black grindiness.
No more grindiness, please.
You can never have enough grindiness. All right, so I believe the setup for our bracket means that we have an upper match bracket, the 2 burn decks, the black and the red burn decks, and a lower bracket match, which is white-black Pestilence versus Boros Bully.
Yep.
And the winner of that match, the Boros Bully versus white-black, will play the loser of the black versus red match to decide who will play in the actual finals.
Yeah.
But first, we need to know the results of these 2 matches. I think. Well, are we gonna go ahead and do the upper bracket match?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Right.
We'll see the Blackburn list versus the Redburn list. It's not actually a Blackburn list, but for comparison's sake, we'll call it a Blackburn list.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun match, a funky match at least.
Yeah.
The Mono Black aggro decks played really bad against Burn. They don't really do anything.
Yeah.
So I guess they're just mainboarded.
Yeah. I mean, they do have good cards mainboard.
It's always nice.
Yeah.
Being able to drain is pretty good. On the other side, the Redburn list gets to bring in more removal spells. Electricity in particular is fantastic, but even just flame flashing their first creatures, pretty good.
Yeah.
And being able to cut stuff like Lava Runner is always nice.
Yep. Oh my god, here we go. Finally working.
Oh boy.
Now I can actually comment in real time.
Oh, nice. Everybody loves commenting in real time.
Yeah.
I think the key of this matchup is going to be the die roll. If you're able to play your Thermo Alchemist on turn 2, and the opponent isn't able to go third land, 1 mana spell, Soul Reap it, you're tremendously favored. If you go turn 1 Prickly Boggart, and the opponent goes turn 2 Mountain Searing Blaze, you're in horrible shape compared to if you're on the play and you're able to go turn 1 Prickly Boggart, turn 2 hit Morsel Theft.
Yeah.
You've gotten a lot of advantage.
I think this is another one of those matchups where it's going to revolve around how frequently can you turn on Morsel Theft.
That is likely. Funny enough, 4 mana Morsel Theft, perfectly reasonable card.
Yeah.
In this
matchup. Yeah.
So
not getting
wildly
to draw
unplayable
cards.
otherwise, but
yeah.
Just draining draining 3 is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like Mono Black Control would love a drain 3 for 4 mana to help them survive a little bit.
That drew a card.
It doesn't draw a card unless you get the Prowl. Come on.
Yeah.
Now, getting the Prowl...
That's the hard part.
Yeah.
And Mono Black can't really play any worse creatures.
That is true. These creatures are quite wonky. One of the issues here is also going to be if one of the players floods, they're almost certainly going to lose. In a burn matchup like this, especially when one deck is draining instead of burning. Like if the red burn deck draws 5 lands, I don't think they can possibly win unless their Thermo Alchemist went completely unanswered.
Yeah, or they just needled them to death with a thermo out.
Yeah. So.
Oh man.
And if the Mono Black aggro deck draws 7 swamps like we saw earlier, there's no way it's going to win. Like it just doesn't have enough cards to actually win a game. So
I think this might be our first short match of the day.
Oh, you say that, but now both players are going to flood out horribly, and it's just going to take 30 minutes of pain and suffering.
I really should stop jinxing things. It happens all the time on stream.
Mm-hmm.
They can't win unless they... Alrighty. So we are going to head into our match in 1 second.
Soon. On the other bracket, the white-red versus white-black matchup.
Yeah, I do think white black is favored there. I again, you have so many board wipes, but white red can win just by virtue of clunky mana. It's
Oop,
kind of a
and here we
clunky
go.
mana off.
Surprise, everybody. Let's see who played first. That's whoever won the die roll is highly likely to be advantaged. That's all I can think of. So many options. One of our tables is having a problem. And here we go. That's a fancy mouse. Look at that very bright light. I guess we have not completed shuffling yet.
Yep.
I guess there's no like aggressive mulliganing options here. you will keep a playable hand and you will keep a sketchy hand, and that's it.
Yeah.
Very fancy Star Trek mana over there.
Mm. Bear with
Goodbye,
us.
Kirk.
We are having a little bit
Hello, Kirk.
technical issues. Oh.
All right.
Alrighty.
Is that 10 versus 9?
Yes. So I believe Alex has the play.
Those names were from last round.
Uh-oh.
Surprise. I think we saw the playmat on the right before.
Yes. Because we saw white black.
Wait, is this white black or is this mono black? Well,
Oh,
we'll find out when
yeah,
they keep
that
their
mono
opening
black.
hands.
I talked about this earlier before the stream, but there was a lot of black going into today, even in the mid range with the black splash, even if it was very light.
A lot of versatility in the decks have been displayed.
Yeah.
Blue black, white black, mono black, and mono black control.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And also splash in the Monarch deck. And see if they can keep a 7. Very slowly keep a 7. And very slowly get rid of a 7. All right, go into 6. Looks like player on the right's keeping their hand.
Yep. Mulligan is really important in this, any burn game.
I believe the player
But
on
at
the
the end
left
of the
is
day,
drawing first, so
yeah,
they are a
they
little
on the
bit better
draw.
off, but
Well, better off, as far better off as you can be on the draw.
Yeah.
In a burn matchup. Again, as we were talking about earlier, that turn 2 lead is going to be very important. It gives the black player the mono black player a chance to get in morsel theft.
Yeah.
Unless
it lets them get their morsel theft without getting Searing Blazed first. Searing Blaze is a huge part of this matchup.
They could also bolt their turn 1, But I don't think that happens unless you play a night market. And that's a night market.
Oh, all right. Oh boy, let's see what they can do.
Alrighty.
I think I have to bolt. Oh, I guess
Lava
playing that
Runner.
works too.
Yeah, I mean it stops the
Getting guess verdict here would be a disaster, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Can't play around that.
It's
Is that
the
Bajuka Bog? That's Bajuka Bog. Don't play Bajuka Bog in your decks.
You're just saying that because you're Tron.
Oh,
don't play it in this deck. Yeah.
Just be aware that you're paying a high price to have a tap land in your library, and you really need that tap land to be worth it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a particular card they want against. Now, if they go Swamp, 1-mana spell, Soul Reap, the Thermal Alchemist, they're in fine shape. Yeah, if they're forced to Edict here, seems hard. I guess they can Morsel Theft, but then they have 2 creatures that they can't kill either of them.
Yeah.
And if they have an active Thermal Alchemist, at that point, using bolts on opposing creatures is fine. Because you're actually getting damage done with them.
The old walls problem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And we're back. Okay.
Alrighty.
Good old technical difficulties. That is not a Morsel Theft. That's a bump in the night.
Yeah. That's not looking too hot.
Well, they could play a Swamp and Soul Reaper.
That is true.
If they're just burn spelling, they're in bad shape.
Oh, no, even worse shape.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, it lets them trade.
Well,
but
if they get a guess verdict, they get to start attacking with them. Because you're not sacrificing the Alchemist.
Yeah, you don't trade there. Because they're going to get Needle Drop and whatchamacallit, Skewer the Critics. They're going to get turned on anyway by Thermo Alchemist, so yeah.
All right. Keep blinking in and out of existence. It's all good. We'll be back soon. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Good old Zoom calls. Which isn't really Zoom, but still. Alright, here we go. Chain Lightning, Lava Spike. The creature has been turned on. The Lava Runner has been turned on. Interestingly, those Night Market Lookouts are alive still.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess if you have a Lava Runner, it's fine.
Yeah. They don't attack.
Mm-hmm. I don't see how a way to get out of this unless it's just several removal spells on the opposing creatures.
Yeah, no. I think they're kind of
dead.
A little bit done for.
If they had Morsel Theft, they would have cast that last turn, I believe. Well, they drew it, so.
Yeah.
The problem is they have an active Thermal Alchemist and 2/2/2 still, so.
Yeah.
Don't play Bajuka Bog.
Oh.
I mean, maybe that Bajuka Bog doesn't go in the deck. Maybe it's just another spell. Rather than just go 15 lands still, but.
Yeah,
in this particular situation, it was much worse than the Swamp, and it was much worse than the Bounce Land.
I don't think there's a lot of situations where it isn't, because by the time it's impacting a game, typically that game will be decided. I think maybe Boros might be the only time I can think of. Because how often are you really getting Tron with that?
I don't think Boros does it because Prismatic Strands doesn't stop life loss, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I think you're forced to trade here. It's either trade or double jump. I guess it'd be double jump here.
Yeah.
Oh, trade worked out. The red player's life total is just so high that if they'd had an instant speed burn spell, tap a Thermal Alchemist, kill one of your blockers. Oh boy.
All right.
And here we go. All right, 1 mana Lava Spike, looks like. 1 card in hand from the red player, but the black player isn't doing enough damage. Now, they may be able to chain off Morsel Thefts. Like if they bash, hit, Prowl a Morsel Theft, and then play another creature, they could try to crawl back from this, but it also requires the red player to have no spells.
Yeah.
If the red player starts playing spells, it's just going to be so hard. However, the game's not over yet. And it's not over yet because they managed to gain 6 life off those Morsel Thefts.
Yeah. Would have been nice if they could have gotten in with those night markets, but yeah. Oh, there's a Soul Reap.
Soul Reap on the Thermal Alchemist goes a little bit of a ways.
Yeah. Doesn't get the activation.
It's way too late, but still.
Yeah. About how much life too late? Too much life too late? Yeah.
I think it did 6 damage, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe more here. Not getting the life loss off the Soul Reap is bad too.
Yep.
I guess that is the problem. You want to hit 3 lands in this Black Burn deck. You do not want to hit one land you don't function. 4 and 5 lands, you're just going to start floating out.
Yeah. 4, I think you can kind of work with.
4 is fine because you get Sign in Blood plus a 2 mana burn spell, which is fine. It's fine turn.
Yeah.
But if you're signing blooding yourself when you have 4 lands, you're going to start drawing your 5th and 6th lands.
Yeah.
Suppose it doesn't really matter this game because their draw just didn't function, really.
Yeah.
Against the opponents anyway. Yeah, they just needed to guess the verdict.
Yeah, they did not.
The mono black burn opponents or players burn drains, much of it drains, but none of it is as versatile as a lightning bolt. You're not allowed to kill an opposing creature, so
yeah. You don't have the versatility the burn has if it can just stick a thermo.
Rift Bolt
and
hard way.
Yep. That will be game.
All right. Mulligan on the draw. Still got it.
Yep. Moving on to game number 2.
I wonder when they drew those Morsel Thefts.
They would have played it immediately, right?
No, they didn't have the option because they had to turn 1 Lava Runner to block the Night Market lookout. Also, they had a tap land under too, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know if the bog mattered there. I don't know what else they could have done with that mana, but
I don't think it would have made a difference, but it's still. Well, I don't know, because they had Morsel Theft somewhere. But I believe they only had they had only had the Night Market lookout, so it wouldn't have mattered. Unfortunate.
Yeah, the triple creature deck, triple creature draw against zero removal is pretty good.
Yeah.
Of course, we're now in the sideboard times. Unfortunately, there's not really any removal you want to run from the board. Feed the Swarm seems not great. Geth's Verdict seems good.
Yeah, Feed the Swarm isn't terrible, but it's pretty terrible.
Pretty terrible.
Yeah.
I think you just cut, I guess, a fruit for a Geth's Verdict.
Yeah.
Cut that Pajuka Bog in Rage. Yeah, and on the red side, bring in Electrickery and maybe Flame Slash, maybe Keldon Marauders.
Yeah, Keldon Marauders actually seems very nice here. Again, no removal.
Unusually, Get to Lava Runner seems okay. It's not
I know.
great, it's just okay.
It's fine.
I guess you're running a tightrope there. Like, if you have very few creatures, your opponent's Guess Verdicts and Soul Reaps are very good if you draw as many creatures as they draw removal spells.
Yeah.
But if you have too many creatures, you're just turning on all their removal spells. I guess Curse of the Pierced Heart's really bad here, so
yeah,
you got three easy cuts there.
Yeah, Keldon does have the upside of even if they remove it, they still get shocked and lose a card.
Oh man, actually, if you get your hidden with Keldon Marauders, the turn after their Guess Verdict isn't that great.
Yeah.
All right. I guess it's not really. I guess that's not going to be something that could be set up here. I guess they're just going to cast their Guess Verdict if they have it, and they're not going to cast it if they don't. If they don't have it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. We should see more sideboard cards from the red deck than the black deck, but well. Oh, they're drawing the cards. All right, let's see if they can keep 7 here. Player on the right has the play here, so we'll see if they keep.
Yep.
Did they? I don't think they drew their 7 yet.
Yeah, I don't believe they did.
Unless it was real fast. Sure looks like a mulligan to me.
Yep.
All right, and the red player's keeping 7. Alrighty. And see if they can keep the 6. It's going to be real hard on 5 here. But the burn player might just have a non-functional draw, so we'll see. Looks like they kept 5.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to go to 4 unless you have just 0 lands, but...
Oh, yeah. No, I think... I mean, I never go less than 4, but even going to 4 sometimes, it depends.
I play Tron. I've gone less than 4.
Yeah. I mean, when you're playing a Xerox deck, it's pretty easy. But as a filthy green player...
Sometimes you just get 0 lands, though.
Yep.
But looks like we're keeping us 5 here. If they've got an unopposed Night Market Lookout, I could see this going pretty well. If they have it opposed, it could be bad. Is that no creature? Ugh, I hope they have a Guess Verdict here then.
Yeah.
Sovereign Bite, not the turn 2 play you want here.
Yeah. Not terrible, but you really want to get rid of that 2 Lava Runner.
I mean, I guess if the mono black player just plays a Sovereign Bite every turn, they should be in fine shape. Getting bashed there for 8 is not optimal. And we're back. Oh, and we're not back. Oh boy. Our tech guy is losing his mind over here. Everything's great. Our mono black opponent has found their third land, or mono black player rather. Unfortunately, they did not have spell into Soul Reap, so that was one of the ways they could have come back, is being able to kill their Lava Runner for value, and they failed to.
Yeah.
They would have edicted if they had it. They would have Soul Reaped plus a spell if they had it. Night Market Lookout. Do they have the Soul Reap now? I think he had a Soul Reap last turn, but maybe not. So is the mono black player at 10? Going to 10 with his Rift Bolt? Going to 10 with his Lightning Bolt?
Yeah, now at 10.
All right, we're at 7. Searing Blaze. Okay. All right. This game is pretty over, even if you can't see most of the board.
And that's the scoop.
Yep. Oh, they have the Fire Blast to finish it off. All right. Let's see if we can avoid these horrible technical issues in the future. However, for now, our mono red burn player has 3-0'd the upper bracket. Whichever player wins in the lower bracket will be able to will be forced to win 2 matches in a row in order to defeat the upper bracket player in the finals. In those lower brackets, though, we got ourselves our matchup against white black and white red. The winner of that matchup will play against the mono black aggro deck, and then the winner of that matchup goes to the finals.
Yeah. White black, if white black wins, it is incredibly well positioned here.
It's playing 2 main deck lone missionaries. That is a high impact card. It also has a pile of hand disruption in the board.
Yeah.
It's not as good as a healing salve, but it's close enough.
I think that even Bully isn't too poorly positioned against either, just because black has such clunky creature removal as opposed to just being able to bolt a Seeker.
Yeah, Seeker unopposed is pretty strong, and Prismatic Strand, 4 Prismatic Strands is very good against the red deck and is okay against the black deck.
Yeah, literally just turn 1 looting, ditch 1, and then have it never die.
We have a quick little match here. Play away. Here's our players. All right, hopefully no more blinking screens for a bit. So here's what I am envisioning, right? If the white-black deck is able to land their Pestilence and not get beat down by the one of Guardian of the Guild Pact, seems like the white-black deck is quite advantaged.
Yeah.
And even against even just the Crypt Rats, as 4 mana, deal 1 to everything, seems very good. I guess even outside of that, the white-black deck's creatures just match up good against the opponents.
Yeah.
Just having a bunch of 2/3 flyers, a bunch of beefy creatures to block, seems good.
Yeah, it's Again, the weaker spot is edicts. Not great in the matchup. But when you're running like so much, you're running crypt rats, you're running pestilence. It's hard to really
I think Edict as a follow-up to
like.
a small pestilence is good.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially when they are running one guardian. So it's not entirely uh, unusable.
Notably, the bully's sideboard is horrendous. They get 2 Leave No Trace, 1 Lumithrid Field, maybe an Oblivion Ring.
Hmm.
I think that's it.
Yeah, it's not gonna be fun game 2 for them.
Should be a fun game 1 at least.
Yeah.
Just racing a pestilence, no big deal.
Hmm.
All right, how many cards are we keeping here? Why is there 8 cards laid out over on the left there? Oh, are we in the middle of sideboarding? Oh, we're in the middle of sideboarding.
That makes sense.
All right. Excellent work, everybody. We've solved the mystery. So yeah, the I I think the white black deck has vanished here, but not tremendously.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a little more just because white black's biggest stumbling block is the mana, and Boros has a similar issue. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Um. Hmm. I guess we don't really see anything inventive that either player can do. Just bring in good cards and cut bad cards.
Yeah, that is typically how sideboarding ends up. Oh man.
Man, just being able to murder an early Seeker of the Way really helps against Bully.
Yeah. Keeping that seeker from getting out of control can turn a game around.
Yeah. All right. We'll see who's on the play. Hopefully, it'll be a nice little game. Maybe get a game 3. All right. Looks like the white black player will be on the play.
Yep.
Seems like a good place to be.
Yeah. So Boros winning round 1,
Mm-hmm.
assume.
Player draw, quite important.
Yep. I would guess just going by the typical speed of these decks that we're probably looking at game 2, and by the fact that they were sideboarding so long. So
Yep. Look, it's untimed rounds. They can take their time.
yeah.
Got to make sure they have everything sorted. They don't want to sideboard the wrong card. And the shuffling shall end soon. All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, so whoever wins this match, I think has a slight advantage against the next two matches.
Yeah,
They've got removal and life
definitely.
gain. Nice little combo. But I don't think I guess they're both advantaged in the next match. I'm not sure how much advantage they are in the finals, given they have to win 2 in a row.
Yeah. And again, the stumbling block for both decks is their mana. So, would not be surprised if one of the burn could end up getting under them. Whichever variety of burn emerges victorious.
All right, we have a white-black land, so they'll have both colors of mana.
A welcome change. All right. Burden on untapped land. Yeah, so that probably means
they could just have plains and Seeker or Hawk.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, Lumen Threadfield. That's. I can't say I agree with that card. It stops 4 mana Crypt Rats from just wiping your tokens, but it makes them pay 1 more mana. That's It's your 2 mana card made them pay 1 more mana.
I guess if you really gotta cut something, or if you really gotta throw something in because a card is just so bad that you gotta cut it, I guess. But outside of that, it just seems like something that's not going to impact the game too much.
Seems weak. All right. See if they've got a Castigate here. Oh, got ourselves the Radiant Fountain. Playing it now means they're probably jamming a 4 mana spell. The Hardcast Pest, Snuff Out. Excellent, excellent. This does open the door up for a Palace Sentinels from the Bully player. Slamming the Palace Sentinels? Anybody? Anybody? Nope. Fatalist Luton. All right.
Nope. Yeah.
Oh, the disaster scenario has been avoided for the white-black player. Discarding a Prismatic Strands and a Ashen Barrens. And then playing a Thraben Inspector. All right. That's a fine turn for both players. Please tell me this white-black player is not going to miss a land drop.
Please just go go smoothly.
No.
Oh.
This white-black player cannot catch a break today.
I know.
If your best play is 2/3 flyer, no land drop, you're not in great shape.
But you gain 2 life. It's value.
I do love value. God, imagine if they were able to just play a Castigate and an actual creature. Then we're in business. But
yeah, imagine if they could play cards.
If they were able to play the Magic the Gathering cards that their deck is built around.
Yeah, what a beautiful game that would be.
On the plus side, the Boros player played no additional threats. 3 cards in hand. One of those has to be Leave No Trace, so I don't think running out Pestilence does much.
I mean, if they ran out Pest, I would just bolt my own Thraben. Oh my god.
This is the downside to playing Core Skyfisher in a deck with only 2 spare supplies.
I know.
Like-
I was looking over that and I was like, this seems a little white.
Well, you get Omen of the Dead, Thraben Inspector, lands, but
Yeah, I think
and
you
I guess
just want
the
at
dorkier
least
creatures.
one more. I think you want at least one more. I don't know.
Well, here's the deal: if they had the Omen, they were able to go Omen back the Skyfisher that's dead, play it, return the Omen.
Yeah.
That would be a great turn.
Yeah.
Instead, they managed to not hit their land drop again, not really develop the board, and now they're getting swarmed out. So
Yeah.
it's rough.
Well,
All right,
this
cast
might
down on the
just be
Seekers,
done
okay?
in 2 games, but cast down is good.
See, that's the thing. The bully player has had to um uh just chill because they didn't have threats for a while. Now they have threats. They're going to be able to deploy them, and it's going to be a little bit rough. And there's another land for the Pestilence opponent, fortunately. Attacking? Question mark?
Hmm.
They have a Guardian, I guess? The only thing that makes any sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, no, because they still want to block the Hawk. Do they have Echoing Decay in their deck? They do not have it in their list. I'm not sure I would have traded 2 for 1 there. Or 2 for 2. Because if they don't attack, the Hawk can't attack because they'll just eat it. Which means the Thraben Inspector doesn't get to attack for free.
Yeah.
If the Pestilence opponent or Pestilence player drew another swamp and was able to go Pestilence, wipe the Hawks, or has a Crypt
Yeah.
Rats and is able to wipe the Hawks, they're in fine shape.
Yep. But
I think they have to have a wipe or a castigate to clear out Rally the Peasants, or else they're in trouble.
yeah. But they just haven't been playing anything.
Because they haven't been playing lands, that
Yeah.
makes me think they have a Crypt Rats or a Pestilence available. If this is Crypt Rats, they're not in bad shape.
Yeah.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but still. All right. This is not great, but it's not horrible. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Good night,
Even
Crypt
though
Rats.
it
You did your
is
job.
Yeah, even though it is like effectively 1-for-1, they did take time out of their they did spend a lot of mana. They spent 8 mana committing that all to the board.
And the Boros player was down on cards. I think it's
Yeah.
pretty clear they didn't have one of a number of different threats in their hand already.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be that killing all the Hawks takes all of their threats away.
Yeah. It is very possible.
All right, flashing back with Faithful Looting. That's a good sign for the white-black player. Wonder if they could have gotten away with not playing a land last turn. I guess it didn't matter because they discarded 2 lands anyway.
Yeah.
And that's a Battle Screech? Yep. Play a flashback Battle Screech. Yep. All right. Looks like the Boros player is empty-handed, at least.
Yeah.
Let's see if they have a second Crypt Rats or a Black Source plus a Pestilence. Castigate would be okay as well. Well, I guess not really, because they haven't
Yeah,
banned.
no, they've committed too much to the board
Castigate would have
already
been okay earlier, not right now.
Yeah. Already?
Right, white-black mana.
A spare
Spare
supplies. Only
That would have been
about
good earlier.
7 turns too late. Yeah.
Oh, did we play a bounce land last turn? Sneak it in there? Yeah, they have 2 Basilicas. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't matter because they didn't have pestilence, but
Yeah. It
or rather, well, no, they didn't have the pestilence because they would have been able to pestilence and then wipe the tokens.
Yeah.
We may be dying to a Rally of the Peasants in a second, but you never know. Maybe we won't.
Yeah. Anything could happen.
Attacking here is... I am so confused by this. They have another...
Okiba Gang? No. Didn't
Chainer's
have the
Edict?
mana.
Alrighty.
Why did they attack? I mean, I guess it...
Man, maybe they're just they have the aggro soul. They will attack if they can attack.
Yeah.
Seeker, not going to do it here, but they still have 4 in
Part of the red player.
All right, they're just sacrificing their supplies. Did they not have a pile of cards in hand? Because they weren't playing lands earlier, and they weren't really playing spells.
Yeah.
Okay, this is really close.
Yeah. Already? Having 2. Chainer's Edict. Getting...
Not the card you really want right now.
Yeah. Making progress 1 bird at a time.
I mean, if they flash back both Chainer's Edicts, that answered the 1 Battle Screech. And they're not attacking now? Guardian of the Guild Pack's pretty good here.
Yeah. Now you need a wipe and that edict.
So they have
Yeah,
how many
it's
black
sandbagging
sources?
that
5
edict.
black sources?
Yeah.
I mean, with 1 more black source, they get to get around a Prismatic Strands flashback.
Yeah.
I guess with Crypt Rats they can do it. No. So you do it for 3, 2. No. Okay, I guess you can't really get around there. No plays is not the position you want to be in.
Yeah.
Another Battle Screech. Okay. So they get to attack for 4 with the Seeker. Alright, things are slipping away from the white-black player.
Yeah.
They could have a Crypt Rats or a Pestilence that they're just sandbagging. But Alright, swinging 6 here.
Yeah.
Hopefully they have the cast down or snuff out for the Seeker. They do. Huh. I guess there's just a bunch of hand disruption and removal
Yeah.
in the white black player's hand, or they're really
Yes.
sandbagging this pestilence.
Oh, there's a
Guardian.
guardian of their own.
That's insufficient. If they'd had
Yeah.
that last turn, they would not have had to use cast down on the seeker.
Oof. 6 bird tokens. It's more bird tokens. Nope, just 6.
They're just merging.
Yeah.
They're becoming a flock.
Assimilating into the bird.
Bolt? What?
But
Oh, killing a flyer. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Fair.
are we
Fine,
seeing
fine.
lethal?
Do they have the rally? Rally is probably lethal.
No rally.
Nope, no rally. All right, cool. Whew. Spared death.
Dodging the bullet.
Right. Pestilence and win. Seems very easy to win if you give a pestilence here. Even a Crypt Rats can get there eventually.
Yeah, just need something. Yeah. Oh, man.
Dashing with Sentinel.
Stumbling early was such a... I mean, both decks didn't have exactly stellar starts, but yeah.
Is that flashback? Oh my god.
Flashback Chainer's Edict on the 6 bird tokens.
Okay. Things are very quickly flipping away from the white black player here. Flashing back Faithless Looting, maybe. Yeah.
That seems like it.
Discarding 2 lands. Not dead. Not dead. Are they dead to their own pestilence? Probably not.
I've died to my own pestilence accidentally.
Well, they have to do 3 to kill the stupid Thraben Inspector so that they can turn on Edict.
Yeah.
Is this the desperation look through my graveyard plan?
Uh-oh.
Getting a bad feeling about the fate of our wonderful white-black pestilence player. Is that is pestilence, isn't it?
Yeah, that is pestilence in their hand.
No, it's Snuff Out in hand. Oh my god. 3 Castigates and a Snuff Out? Ugh. If they'd had the stupid Castigate earlier, they would have been in great shape, but then they just drew a bunch of Castigates instead of spells that mattered. Dang. That is a rough loss for the black-white Pestilence deck.
Yeah.
But that is a good win for the Boros aggro deck. Boros Bully. Crushing Pain is a good card here. Oh, man.
That is a terrible card.
Well, that card's great. It's not good. No, it's not. Now, if you could target players with it, it'd be great. There actually is a card named Pain, isn't there? A split card.
Yeah. Well, it means that they can't name another card Pain.
Anyway, now that is not a very good card.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got ourselves all of our matchups ready. We know that we'll see white-red face the mono-black aggro deck, and we'll see the winner of that face the mono-red burn deck. I think I did that right. So,
I believe so. Yeah.
Yep.
Bully not as well positioned against those two as Best would have been, but still can easily sneak some out, especially versus the black deck.
Given how the white black player was drawing, I don't think they would have won against either of those aggro decks. It was 2-0, I believe.
Yep, 2-0.
So yeah, those just were not functional draws, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We will see this bully player hopefully bully their way past some mono black aggro and then bully their way past burn. But we'll say goodbye to the white black pestilence.
Yep.
All right, so we've got Cusco and Alex facing each other coming up. Winner of that will face Ronnie Stiggs. And then whoever's in the finals whoever wins in this next match has to win 2 matches in a row to take it down. And if the mono red burn deck is able to pull 1 match, just 1 match,
yep,
they are our winner. Which seems like a benefit.
Yeah, then we don't have to deal with so much blinking in and out.
Look, sometimes you just blink in and out. Everything's great.
Oh man.
So this coming up match, the Boros Bully deck is running 9 removal spells, which certainly helps against the early creatures from the black deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's also running Seekers. It's running a bunch of Thraben Inspectors and Hawks to block the Night Market Lookout. It's running Prismatic Strands, which doesn't help against the burn spells because they're life loss mostly, but will help against the creatures themselves. Like if they're attacking with 3 creatures, Prismatic Strands is a pretty good card.
Yeah.
And the bully deck will have a nice fast clock. Should be able to kill turn 5 or 6. So we will see if the bully player is able to enact that game plan of kill some early creatures, play their threats, and then win. Or if the mono black deck is able to turn on their soul reaps, get good hits with their Geth's verdicts, draw the correct number of lands, and actually be able to cast their spells.
And the correct number of lands is overrated.
Given what we've seen from people drawing today, that seems to be the common thought.
Yeah.
We had Tron missing land drops after going Prism into Evoke Muldrifter. We had that white-black player just really struggling to play their lands. I don't know. I guess Land Flood and Land Screw is a part of Magic, but a little bit less of it would be nice.
Variance adds spice.
Delicious spice.
Speaking of which, it is cool that we saw the Blackburn deck coming out.
Oh, well, they might take it down still.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're working to get our next table going. I guess we can go back and overview what we've lost. So we managed to go in with 8 different decks. We still have mono red burn, mono black burn aggro stuff, and Boros Bully, red white bully. And we've lost mono black control, Mardu Monarch, black white pestilence, blue black fairies, and Cascade Tron.
Yeah, was not expecting blue black fairies to get hosed so early, but I mean, sometimes it just happens.
That was it was an unfortunate sequence of draws, shall we say.
Yeah. It held up pretty good for such a real bad matchup.
I suspect that if there was white or if it was a blue-red fairies, we would not have seen such a close match.
Yeah.
Oh, I see our names at least. Um, you know what? I want the bully deck to win. I don't want to see a
Yeah.
rematch of the black and red burn decks. I want to see bully struggle against burn and then lose.
That's a little. Oh man.
Look, we've already seen the black versus red matchup. Let's get a different matchup. It's fine.
True.
I guess we can look at this fancy board now that we have it up on screen. Electrickery seems great. Just get to wipe out their 1-mana creatures. Lone Missionary seems great. And that's about it.
So we have a short break as one of our players gets ready. So we'll be back with games in 5 minutes.
See you soon. And I guess we're back. All right. Turn 1 Night Market Lookout's pretty great start for the black burn deck. No Thraben Inspector on the other side either. We'll see if they have the Ash Barrens to use up that mana on turn 1. And they're gone. Technical problems. Anyway, let's see what kind of follow-up the Blackburn player has. See if they have their second land. That's kind of important. This is a bounce land, hopefully. This appears to not be a land drop, which is a problem. You kind of have to keep a lot of one-landers when you're running 13 swamps, 2 bounce lands, and a Bajuka Bog, but The mono black deck does not function on one land. It needs a second land. And we're untapping. We'll see if the Boros player had a 2-drop or not. If they had a 2-drop and the mono black player doesn't hit their land drop, then they're dead. Huh? Looks like the Boros player did not have a 2-drop because they're not blocking. That's a good sign. There's a bump in the night. So bring him to 12. I mean, one burn spell away from turning on the Intimidate on Guldraw's Vampire. Hey, we're back. Is that Flame Slash? It is a Flame Slash on the Night Market lookout? Interesting. Don't play Bajuka Bog. This is the second time where they got heavily punished from having a tap land in their deck, and we've never seen it actually be functional. Now, I don't know. Is this a lose 2 life and escape card? It looks like it. So that brings them to 10, and then they can go in with their Intimidate 3/2. Bring him to 7. All right.
Ready.
All right. We have swapped everybody around. Everything's great.
Yep. Another Squadron Hawk. Somehow don't think that's going to do it.
Well, it's fine. Being at 7 isn't the worst.
Yeah.
If they play Swamp, Bump in the Night, Tyrant's Choice, you're dead, but they don't have Fire Blast, so they do need to actually pay mana to kill people. Bring you to 3.
Not having that Fire Blast to end a turn early is really a hindrance.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that Fire Blast is a 4 damage free spell, it's that it basically time walks to a win. That doesn't make any sense.
The mono black deck wins with any burn spell here, I think. But if they don't have the burn spell, then we're fine.
They do run a fair amount of cards that aren't burn spells.
Yep. Sign in Blood is not enough to kill here. Tyrant's Choice, Sovereign's Bite, the hardcast Morsel Theft is an option. If they have another creature, they can Soul Reap and win. That creature itself is also lethal. Alright, I guess they don't have a Soul Reap.
Alright.
I have 1 card in hand, so it might be a Sign in Blood. Notably, if they draw a Swamp, they only need to hit with one of their creatures. If they hit with the Outcast, the Changeling Outcast, they have the flashback escape card.
Yeah.
Fruit of Tizeris, I guess.
Tizeris or Tizerus?
Look, is it Tizeret? Tezzeret? I don't know.
Fruit of Tezzeret.
Look, maybe this is Tezzeret's alternate identity on this other plane. Do we have a rally?
Bolas was defeated. He became a humble fruit vendor.
Poor Bolas and his cabbages. Oh, and Bully player is not dead. It does kind of require a Prismatic Strands here. Yep. Here we are. This would not stop a burn spell. All of the burn spells are lethal except for fruit. So
yeah.
Play another creature. Soul Reap.
And is that the Soul Reap?
Nope. Oh, it's just a kill spell.
Yeah.
Just kill target player, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, did they gain? Oh, they have a gain land. The game's not over. Snap. They must have played that game land while we were struggling to see their battlefield. Very sneaky.
Kind of out whether
What
it
is
was
this?
Terrorists or
Palace
terrorists.
Sentinels? All right. All right. Tyrant's Choice, Sovereign's Bite, Soul Reap, and I guess
Yeah.
not Soul Reap because they don't have a card to go with it. But I guess Sign in Blood is also lethal.
And
Okay.
that is Sign in Blood.
Oh, we did it. Okay, we got there.
Yep.
Whew.
That is the second time that they have signed for lethal.
Is it a sign?
All the sign?
I have also saw the sign. Anyway, sideboarding time. All right, we've got 2 Electrickeries, 2 Lone Missionaries coming in. Probably cutting some number of strands, if I'd had to guess. Probably Guardian.
Yeah.
I would keep in all the removal. Seems great.
Yeah.
On the other side of the board, we have Choking Sands, maybe. Hit a bounce land, win the game.
Yeah.
Maybe bring in some snuff outs for their Seekers.
Yeah, I think keeping their Seekers offline is the number one priority outside of killing them.
I don't know if you cut Gress Verdict or if it's good enough just killing the first Hawk so you can keep attacking.
You have eight creatures that can get through Hawk anyway.
And Gold Draws can too soon enough.
Yeah.
What do you want to bring in though, right? The Choking Sands.
Yeah. What do you
maybe?
cut?
Maybe you just have to cut the Night Market Lookout because your opponent just has too much good removal.
Yeah.
Like it's just such a disaster if your opponent goes turn 1 mountain, kill your guy. But I guess they only run 5 mountains. Maybe you can just say okay. Oh, and I want to point out that Bajuka Bug did not cause them to lose the game.
Already, so we're 1-1.
Now, it could have very easily cost them the game, but they managed to draw out of it. So. Now, the Bajuka Bog also has not done anything positive, except.
I mean, it was a land.
Did it win the game against that Pulsa Marasa because they didn't see they had the ability to target other
I guess
players' creatures?
Technically did.
Or did they just never have a creature in the yard to begin with?
Actually, they might not have had a creature in the. Well, didn't they? No, because the Muldrifter Revoke was game 3. Yeah, they might not have had a creature in the yard to begin with.
All right. Well, if your opponent does not realize that they can target creatures in your own graveyard, and you bog them, then it's good against Pulse of Marasa. Until they find another creature or land to put in the graveyard.
Yeah. With their 4 crop rotations.
So we're looking for from Bully's side, we're looking for early removal, early Seekers and stuff. Thraben Inspector is pretty good against Night Market Lookout.
Yeah.
Is that an instant mulligan?
A lot of things are good against Night Market Lookout, to be fair.
I believe that was an instant mulligan from the mono black aggro player. Which happens when you're playing so few lands.
To be fair, I would mulligan immediately if I saw my hand was full of black cards.
Hey now, Cycle Storm's pretty good.
That's a lie, you know it.
I know it's okay. It's fine. Turn 1 gain land, not horrible. It really is a benefit to have a turn 1 creature, or turn 2 creature, rather.
Yeah.
If they can play an Inspector or a Seeker or a Hawk, just being able to get on the board, potentially block Night Market Lookouts,
Yeah.
etc.
Unfortunately, won't be a thing today, or right now with the Changeling Outcast. But landing that Hawk is nice.
And if that Squadron Hawk was a Seeker, they'd be able to start gaining life. It would force the opponent to have a Edict this turn, or burn a naked Soul Reap without being able to get the life loss there. Are we going to see a Morsel Theft? It's kind of the whole point of the deck.
Yeah.
Morsel Theft. That's a Morsel Theft.
Drum roll. And alrighty.
Drain 3, draw a card. Pretty good.
Right. Right. They're gonna cast another. Oh, and Lone Missionary.
Okay.
And now things might be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, fortunately, they don't have any core Skyfishers or any ways to revive it out of the graveyard, so it's just for life. It's also a beater, which is actually pretty good here.
Yeah.
Just being able to close the game out helps.
Yeah.
Plus, that Changeling Outcast can't even block it, the coward.
Yeah.
Sign in blooding themselves pre-combat. That's a good sign for the bully player.
Yep.
Alright, another swamp's okay. Go to 21. Oof. Things not looking great for the burn player. And there's a removal spell. Not the greatest removal spell in the world, but still. So here's, normally I'd be saying something about the Boros player really needing a faster clock. They have to actually kill the opponent before they die themselves. But they're at 21 and the opponent hasn't had a creature, so is this a Choking Sands on the gain land? That would be pretty good. Yep. The Boros player did fail to draw a land last turn, so
yeah, that's a pretty big game.
I think a second Choking Sands is the one that's actually a big game, but this gives them outs to finding the second Choking Sands before they can find a third land drop. And even just playing a Squadron Hawk and passing, that is a reasonable clock.
Yeah, you're still adding to your board. You got plenty of Squadron Hawks, so won't run out of things to cast. Bolt? Wait.
They have to just have many burn spells in hand, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
There's a Seeker, and that's going to be hard to beat.
I think that's the card they drew. I'm pretty sure you play Seeker over Journey on the prickly whatever. And changing the Outcast.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright. It seems like a fine setup for the mono black player, but they are in tremendously bad position if that Seeker ever gains life.
Yeah. One swing from Seeker and they set themselves back.
Is that another bolt? Oh, Faithless Looting, jeez. And they played their land first for some reason? I'm pretty sure they want to discard a gain land, but you never know.
Yeah. Alright, discard a Seeker and a Battle Screech.
Seems like an easy bash for everybody.
Yeah.
6.
Get in
Gain
for
3.
6. Yeah.
23 to 6, I guess.
Yeah.
Looking bad for the mono black player here.
Well, if they draw Bantu's Last Reckoning.
So,
Oh,
okay.
this
Guess
is-
verdict into Soul Reap on Seeker can get there.
Yeah. They're still in a terrible position because they still got like Squadron Hawks, they've looting.
More importantly, they're in a
Yep.
terrible position because they need to cast 7 spells to kill the opponent because they're a burn deck.
Yeah.
I guess they only have to cast 6 now.
Yeah. That Tyrant's Choice too. They draw all of their Tyrant's Choice. And cut down that number by 1.
Well, the problem is they're also dying quickly.
That's the biggest problem.
That is a little bit of a problem.
Yeah. This match would be going so well for me if I wasn't dead.
Yeah. I mean, if you start at 60 life, you have a lot more options in gameplay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not happening. Is that a bounce?
Is the starting life total to 40 in every format? Do it.
Does it work out in Commander? Who knows? Anyway. It seems likely unless the oh. You definitely need to do it during your turn.
Yeah.
The opponent may or may not have multiple prismatic strands in hand. Crypt Rats.
And that's Electrickery.
Force the pop.
Gets fired off.
All right, they didn't have the
No strands, but they do
strands,
get to cast
another faceless looting. Faithless looting.
And if they can find a Seeker.
Or any burn spell or like any bolt or any creature, right? It's like
Yeah.
Also, I think they're at 16.
No.
Oh my god.
No more. Oh, they hard cast Morsel Theft. That does get them a little more time.
Yeah. Now they're not dead to 1 bolt. They have 4 cards in hand, and that was their best play.
How is that even looting?
It's faithless, man.
And it makes me lose faith.
Look, it's fine, okay?
It's a meta card.
If we're gonna have all these wacky rarities and fancy cards, we can have some unique perspectives on the concept of art.
No, they don't
really let loose your Seb McKinnon. Tyrant's Choice and Bump of the Night. All right.
Ready.
And what else you got?
They're chaining together spells, but
that is a thing that is happening.
They cast Faithless.
Looks like it. And they discarded a Prismatic Strands. All right.
Mountain. Cast a Squad Hawk.
I believe they got all of them, and I believe that's the last one they've cast.
Are they?
That's a lot of damage, at least.
Notable about Tyrant's Choice and Bump in the Night is that they did not gain any life, which not great for them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gold draws?
Ready.
A Ghoulie Droolie?
Gold draws.
That card seems very unlikely to have an effect on this match, but you never know.
Never know. Maybe it's the key to everything.
Maybe the white-red player just somehow draws nothing for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
Is this another... Oh. 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 Electricity is pretty good.
Yeah.
So what happens is they Electricity, they Crypt Rats for 1 in response, and then they Prismatic Strands in response, preventing damage from black, which stops the damage to players, damage to creatures, but then the Crypt Rats dies to Electricity. Flashbacking Electricity? Or no, Faithful Looting, sorry. Flashbacking Faithful Looting is a not a great start for
Yeah.
the Boros deck. Not gonna lie.
You're at 4?
I believe
Boros.
the black deck's at 4 and the other player's at 6 if their life total is any indication. Divest?
Divest.
Blank.
Yeah. Big blank.
To be fair, the opposing hand is also blank.
Yeah.
So Soul Reap should be lethal. Go to 3. Try to survive. Sign in blood yourself, I assume. No, target you.
Mm.
Okay, no, they're signing blood themselves. Okay.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah. Would be a curious decision.
I mean, there's so many burn spells that kill the game, that win the game here. There it is.
And that's the game.
Mono Black takes it.
Yeah.
Whew. That Boros player had to draw very badly. Wow.
Especially with all those lootings.
But those sideboarded choking sands, they really disrupted the opponent.
They were big game.
If that mana denial had not happened, they would have been able to cast their Battle Screechers on time.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, maybe they're able to use the strands to do something fancy. I don't know. GG.
Yeah. Already. Now we have two matches between the two burns.
Many burns in a row.
I did not expect Blackburn to make it this far. Surprise, to be sure.
All right, everybody. Everybody just relax. We've got burn on burn action. Will the mono red creatures go unimpeded and carry them to victory? Will the black aggro deck finally get off a morsel theft and try to get their game plan activated?
It's gotten off morsel theft a couple of times.
Chomp Sky, you can't count to 20 here because one of the players gains life.
Yeah.
So
to count to 25 or 27.
Yep. Or 30, who knows? Sovereign Bite, gain 3, morsel theft, gain 3. We're in business, man. So we're waiting on one of the players. They will be here soon. We did see the red deck win pretty handily last time, but the black aggro deck didn't do anything, which is pretty good. I don't know. I think it's closer than the previous 2 games we saw make it look like, but I don't know. The red deck might have an advantage in that its burn can be pointed at the creatures when necessary. Man, that Bajuka bog's been really bad. More like Bajuka bad, am I right?
I refuse to acknowledge that.
Too bad.
I guess I actually did acknowledge it by refusing to acknowledge it.
That's how they get
Hate
you.
myself.
So yeah, a third of Carnarium probably looks better than the bog.
Yeah.
Maybe a 14 swamp, maybe just another spell. I don't know. It comes.
Already?
It is arriving soon.
For all the
my
more
god. The
unless
battlefield
it isn't.
appears. Ta-da. Hello, Kirk. Alrighty.
Alrighty.
We got ourselves a bump in the night in front of us. Basically Lava Spike, but better.
Well, it's not strictly better because you have to play black mana.
That is true. Playing black mana is like only half of the entrants here did that.
Hmm.
Actually, no, I think it's more like 6.
So it
But
was
still.
yeah, it's 6 at. Oh man. It's better than paying white mana.
Huh? Well, I don't know. Our white black players and our white red players did draw pretty bad, so maybe having planes in your deck is a curse, but
Hmm.
I'm guessing there's not a lot of white burn spells that people would want to add.
They're really trying to stretch the color pie. They're like, come on, we gotta put something in white. Throw burn in there.
It's gonna be a bummer when they give green the burn spells instead of red.
Oh. Yeah, they've had no problem sticking color pie breaks into green.
Are we gonna keep 7 for once?
Oh my god.
Oh my golly! No, let's see. Fingers crossed.
Come on. You can do it. I believe.
They did it. Night Market Lookout.
Yay.
Good start. Do they have the Lava Runner? They do.
Here is
All
the
right.
Lava Runner.
Guess verdict. Bajuka Bog. No, okay. Guess verdict. Let's go. I would also Soul Reap the Lava Runner here.
Yeah.
Or play more
But would
creatures,
I
I
Soul
guess.
Reap the Lava Runner? I don't think I Soul Reap the Lava Runner.
I would kill it and attack for 2. Gain 1, deal 2. Pretty good.
I don't know. I think Thermo is just too much of a haymaker, especially
I
when
just
you
hope
have.
I hope they don't have it.
Hmm.
Look, if you lose to turn 1 Lava Runner, turn 2 Thermo Alchemist twice in a row, whatever.
At that point, it's just fate.
Yep.
Nothing you can do about it. Sorry.
Yep. Game's over. Whatever. Don't care.
Oh man.
Good old 1/2 blockers. Oh, paying 2 mana for a Searing Blaze for the Night Market Lookout, presumably. It's kind of hard to justify choosing Ghoul Draw's Vampire at this point. You could just burn it later.
Yeah.
You gotta hit Lookout because one of the ways you lose here is they untap, play another creature, and then Soul Reap your Lava Runner and bash. And if they are able to hit with the Lookout, it's much, much worse for you than hitting with just a plain 1/1 like the Ghoul Draw's Vampire. Sometimes, some number of times, they're gonna hit, I don't know. Actually, I guess they can't bring them to 10. Even if they go land and triple spell.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like hitting the Lookout there. Do they have the Morsel Theft?
Morsel Theft?
Oh,
Morsel
baby.
Theft.
Give me your morsels. All right. We got this, huh? Delicious morsels. Like, this card is fantastic. If you could play any number of 2 mana, drain 3s, draw a card, you would just play like 40 of those. But you do have to put in the work. And there isn't really another payoff for playing so many of so many rogues. So
Yeah, there's like one other. I can't even name it off the top of my head.
they
Not
don't have
very
a second
good.
Searing Blaze here. All right.
Ready.
If they had a second Searing Blaze, the red deck could be in good shape, but now they're even.
Yeah. And
Bashing for 2 here.
At this kind of even point, I would, if the black deck is favored, just because they really want red to get ahead. They would want to hit a Thermo Alchemist, and doing that takes a turn off.
Another morsel
And
theft.
more
Pretty
morsel
good.
theft. No morsels are safe.
So that should bring them in a range of making that an intimidator. So they may be forced to rift bolt it at some point. Or just lightning bolt it. They want to tap with this red mana for some reason. I mean, you're gonna cast your bolt. You got one.
Yeah.
And we'll see what the rift bolt targets. Just go in face and hope for the best. I see. So I think the red player's done 14 damage. So that leaves them at 12. Because they gained 6 off the morsel thefts. Oh, there's 15. So bring them to 11.
Even. Already.
Technically, they can kill them. They can bash, Fire Blast, Bolt, but well, they're doing math.
Anybody counting is never a good sign.
Maybe they're counting badly, though. I don't think land double Fire Blast does it.
Yeah. That would come up one short.
And if they only have... So, is that a naked Searing Blaze with no land? Ugh.
Ooh.
Kill the Prickly Boggart, I guess. Gross.
Really got goosebumps.
Did they not do enough damage?
I think that's because it's cold.
I guess they were at 11 instead of 10. Thought they'd gotten... Maybe I forgot. Whatever. All right. If you're able to kill a lava runner here, you're probably going to win. If not, you're probably going to lose. Or if you just kill them. Prickly Boggart.
If you kill them, you will likely win.
Usually when you kill the opponent, you'll win.
Killing to kill the opponent, not result in a satisfactory outcome.
All right, let's see what the last card they want to play here is. Tyrant's Choice. Or is that Bump in the Night? Let's look up the art. It is a bump in the night. You are correct.
Yeah.
All right. So red opponent's at 7, looks like.
I believe so. Let's see, they bumped.
I think they did 4 damage with creatures.
Yeah, they did 4 damage because they 4 damage.
Okay, second lava runner's okay here. Chump, or block chump, huh? All right. That's fine. Black player has two cards in hand. Could very easily have lethal. Actually, they wouldn't have lethal. If they'd had a Sovereign Bite, they would have used that. If they'd had a Morsel Theft, they would use that. If they had a Tyrant's Choice, they would use that over Bump in the Night. If they'd had a Guest Verdict or a Soul Reap, they would have used that. So their hand has to just be Cyanide and Bloods, more creatures and stuff. Maybe Sandbag lands, but there's no way they're sandbagging lands with Bump in the Night in the yard, right?
Yeah, no. They have multiple bumps in the night. I believe so.
Here's a bump. Ba-bump, ba-bump. Oh, that's the fruit. Okay. Those would be cards they would have not have cast earlier. If they get to block and aren't dead to their opponent burn spells, they should be able to flash back and win. I believe they're at 2. The opponent, the red player is at 2. So if the red player just has 2 lands in hand, I guess they're just gonna die. They can needle drop their own Lava Runner, try to draw out.
I've seen that happen. I mean,
I guess they would just, if they had the Fire Blast already, they would just Fire Blast and then. That's spectacle thing. Yeah. Do they have the Fire Blast? Oh, Needle Drop. Okay.
Ready?
Do they have the Fire Blast?
Looks like they passed.
Looks like a flashback bump in the night to me.
And flashback bump.
Whew. All right, that was a narrow game. Jeez.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was exciting. Sideboard time. So they get some the mono black deck gets some mediocre cards, and the red deck gets some good cards. So
yeah,
good times. And they've already done the sideboarding, so it shouldn't take too long.
Yeah.
I didn't see any real different choices either player could have made there. Maybe sandbag that Searing Blaze for a little bit longer, but it would have not worked out had they did that.
Not the most complex matchup.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say it's completely devoid of nuance. But
are you trying to insult Burn and all the Burn players who have ever played Burn?
No.
Okay.
Depends on how many Burn players are in the room.
Well, usually there's like a quarter of the room is Burn players, just triple queuing.
Yeah.
So they take 15 minutes during game 1, and then game 2 they take 10 more minutes, and anyway. Complaining about Magic Online problems. You don't see people going to time with Burn in paper tournaments.
Yeah. I don't think they let you dual queue in paper. I think some judge would get a.
I actually did a double queue once at F&M. I played in Yu-Gi-Oh! And in Magic at the same time. It was very difficult. I can play very quickly. It is extremely hard to play 2 paper matches at once.
Yeah.
So my recommendation, don't play Yu-Gi-Oh!
I wasn't planning on doing it. Somebody tried to get me back into it, and I was like, wow, I don't like that.
Oh, it's bad.
Certainly, the entire game feels like an unset.
So I liked the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games on the GBA and on the Nintendo DS.
I heard those were good.
They're very good. One of the real weaknesses of Magic the Gathering is there's no single player digital option. You can play Chandelar from 1997. You can play the hacked together updated one with the new cards, and that's it. I guess you can go play the duels, but I think those got taken off of Steam or something.
Those don't exist anymore.
All right, cool. You can go pirate the Duels of the Planeswalker games, but those aren't like the same because of the rarity limitations. Oh, we're starting. We got a turn 1 Lava Runner. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah.
Having a blocker is always nice, and having a attacker is always nice. So at this point, they can use a bolt on the outcast and then spike them and still bash for 2, and that's a pretty good turn.
Yeah.
Or just jam a Thermal Alchemist. That's another benefit of the Lava Runner. You play a Thermal Alchemist, and now their Guest Verdict doesn't kill your Thermal Alchemist.
And that's Keldon. Oh, that's
a good start.
Yeah. Not want to be a black there, because either you waste a turn throwing out a chump blocker. I believe
it's
the
a lot better if they're on the play.
Is a chump blocker Bajuka Bog.
Wait, what?
I just think that's just my prediction.
Oh no.
Ah, dang.
Okay. If they can bash in Morsel Theft, that will make up for the for a little bit for the Gilded Marauders.
Yeah.
Bash nothing is not good.
What do they have it? They have Geth's Verdict at instance?
They either have Geth's Verdict or they're going to lose this game. Because like they don't have any other instant speed stuff.
And it's not Geth's Verdict because they let the damage through. Mm-hmm. What do they have in hand?
I have no idea.
2 needle drops. Oh man. Not want to be them. Let's see, they've taken 2.
So they don't have Morsel Theft. They would have cast all their burn spells. They might have a Crypt Rats or something. I don't know.
At 14?
There's a Sovereign's Bite.
Already.
Did they just draw it?
I'm so confused.
Yeah, passing with 2 mana up is very strange.
Yeah, what did they keep? Because their entire deck. Yeah,
they could have kept a speculative hand of like 3 lands, Soul Reap, a creature.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm out of ideas because they would have played extra creatures there.
The only thing I could think of is they had Soul Reap, Fruit of Tizoris. They just drew Sovereign's Bite, so they want to save Fruit of Tizoris to turn on Soul Reap.
But they would have killed the stupid Lava Runner because now it's a 2/2. So they can't have Soul Reap, as far as I know.
Yeah. Puzzling.
It seems very difficult for the mono black player to come back from here. However,
yeah,
there's a chance. It's very unlikely.
Yeah,
it involves hitting, Morsel Thefting, and then Soul Reaping that Lava Runner.
Yeah. I guess they could because they only have
Guess Verdict is also a Soul Reap, basically. They need to kill the Lava Runner and also get a Morsel Theft off. Boggart,
that's sure. Neither.
Bash.
To get in.
They don't have Morsel Theft. They would have used it, so they're very good. Yeah. I'm not sure what's in their hand.
Already.
Look, it's fine. Dying is fine. We have another game and another match.
No, I thought they.
What is this?
I believe
they do have a Guess Verdict. Okay.
I know. A mono red one before, so there isn't another match after this.
No, if they lose this game and win the next game, then there's another match.
Yeah,
Black won the last game, right?
I thought you were referring to if they're
No, we're fine. We lose this game, we win the next game, and then we celebrate.
Talking about games, you're right. I was just yeah.
There could be infinite games. Not here today, because could only be 4 more games maximum. Maybe only 1. Maybe only 3.
Never know.
All right. So the mono black player is going to be on the play. They're going to have a better hand this time, presumably. Not sure how they could get worse.
Hard, yeah.
Because they had 2 mana on turn 2 and did nothing with it. It just went away.
Yeah.
Their hand has to just be nothing. So they didn't have the guess ready ahead of time, and they would have eaten the lava runner because it's not going to get better. They must have just had mild burn spells, bumps, fruits, and they just sandbagged them for some reason.
Yes, maybe they were counting.
Well, they also might have just had 2 lands in hand plus some mild burn spells, and they're like, okay, playing this bump and this fruit doesn't really do anything. I'll just pass, and if I draw Soul Reap into Soul Reap, I'll be glad I had both of these.
Yeah, I guess that was what they were playing for. But that kind of... I think I would count on Morsel Theft over Soul... Well, Morsel Theft relies on... Drawing the card off Morsel Theft relies on you... The Morsel Theft, I think, would be the better overall. But Morsel Theft relies on your by surviving and not getting Syrian Blazed, which is no guarantee.
Well, it is kind of a guarantee on turn 1, but
on turn 1.
On that game, if they had Morsel Theft on turn 2, they are in tremendously better shape.
Yeah.
But they missed.
No, I think if they were playing... Yeah, if they were speculating on a draw, I think it would have been... I think they would have been more... I don't know.
All I know is that was not a strong hand. That was a weak hand from the mono black player. So
yeah.
All right, let's see if they keep 7.
Alrighty.
Okay. Cool.
Alrighty.
All right, 7 versus 6. We'll see if the black player can take advantage of this.
Turn 1, Night Market, look out.
Optimal. You got to bolt it if you don't have the lava runner.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's a suspender rift bolt. That's not great.
Will the mono black player have a good start, or will it be destroyed by Bojuka Bog again? Oh no, did they keep a 1-lander?
They kept a 1-lander.
Heartbreak.
Oh.
You have to keep one
from unfavorable to favorable.
That's a changeling outcast to go with the Night Market Lookout. Yeah. So it is the best creature they could really cast.
Did they point at face?
The opponent, the opponent pointed at face. The opponent has double needle drop. So not the worst shape for the mono black player. They need to hit a land here, otherwise they're almost certainly dead, but it's fine.
Oh yeah.
That's they brought their opponent to 15 here, and they're up to 17.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, this is unfortunate. Yeah. So here's the deal: the mono black player plays 16 lands. They play 13 swamps. They have to keep a hand with a swamp, or they have to toss it. If they doesn't have a swamp, can you keep Bojuka Bog bounce land? Probably not. Yeah, this game's over. There would need to be only lands in the mono red hand and only lands on top for this to be a comeback. That's not true. If they go swamp here and then guess verdict?
Oh, that is neither.
That's neither. All right.
Get in for one.
All right, we can
Do have a chump blocker, but
everybody say your goodbyes to our mono black burn player. They will be swiftly toasted by our mono red burn player.
it was
And
a pretty good
congratulate
run.
and get ready to congratulate the mono red player. Assuming they can avoid drawing 11 lands in the top 20 cards, they will almost certainly be winning here. If you chump here, you are basically conceding the game.
Yeah.
There's no sequence of they blocked, right? There's no sequence of plays that gets you out of this that doesn't involve your opponent casting nothing, you top decking a land, and then starting to gain life slowly with the lookout. Obviously, if they had not blocked, that Color Marauders would prevent them from really attacking anyway, so this game would be over nonetheless.
Oh my god. They kept they have 4 creatures in 1 land.
Well, here's the thing. They passed without playing something 2 turns ago. Their draws were lookout into a prickly boggart. So they just basically missed on their top decks. It's not going to be easy to beat that. The mono red hand started slow, but ended up being very good because they had the Searing Blaze plus the 3rd mountain.
And that's Lava Spike.
And that's Bolt. And
that's
we are dead.
Already, Burn comes out on top.
Whew.
Yeah, sometimes you do just have
man.
it.
We have successfully won. Hell yeah, we want to interview this guy. Let's go, Burn player. All right. Yeah, sometimes Burn runs well. Sometimes the opponent does not run well. That was a little of both. The Burn player's hand was pretty good. Rift Bolt and double needle drop isn't the greatest, but it is fine. And being able to get the Searing Blaze off, with Searing Blaze being the best card in the matchup, is very beneficial. All right. We are soon to have an interview. Oh boy. Maybe. Probably. Maybe probably.
Alrighty.
So we've lost a bunch of other decks, and we're left with Burn. Good old classic Burn.
Yeah, I mean, it has been really popular lately. Again, it's kind of just a low maintenance deck. You're not really gonna go wrong with any particular build. Like the closest you can come is with Lava Runner. How good that is in certain scenarios.
It was certainly good in that matchup, and they played it twice.
Yeah,
so worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it did pretty darn well today.
Of course, if the mono black player was ever just able to go, hey, turn 2, guess verdict, your stupid Lava Runner, then it's a much worse card, but they never were able to. They were just brick walled by a 1/2 with all their 1/1s.
Yeah. Shame that
I kind of wanted to see another match, and I still really, I don't know. I would like to see this second match where we could have seen the mono black deck have a really strong draw. All those games were just a struggle.
Yeah. People were not drawing well today.
Yeah, that's Magic. Oh, I'm our Pauper champion. You can see that my name is aligned with the Pauper champion, so that means I am the Pauper champion. Oh, and now I'm gone.
Tron is just that strong. So one and he didn't even play.
Look, they gave me the free win. They didn't want to see Tron play. Let's see if we can get Ronnie in here, the actual Pauper champion. Season 2 Pauper champion. Gotta get moved. And soon. the suspense. Are we going to get to ask questions about Burn? Are we not going to? All right, we got some permissions, and now we should have them soon. I heard a bling. Hello, Ronnie Stiggs. How you doing?
How's it going? Not bad.
I hear you won a bunch of matches.
I did win a bunch of matches, actually. You heard correctly.
Were you pretty confident about your choice once you saw the other decks?
I was a little concerned about Black White. They have a pretty good matchup against Mono Red, especially his, who is pre-boarding a couple life gain cards. But yeah, I didn't have to face him, so all went well.
Excellent. How are you feeling about Burn overall in the metagame? Not just the decks that we've seen today, but against other decks like Stompy and Elves and regular Tron.
I like it against Tron. I've yet, as much as I've played Burn on Moto and on this Discord, I have yet to play it against Stompy. And usually I'm the Elves player in the Elves Burn matchup, and I don't think I've ever lost against Burn with Elves. So I feel like Elves is pretty good positioned against it.
Fair enough. I guess a lot of that would have to do with your sideboard choices, like Martyr of Ashes goes a long way, for instance.
Yeah. We haven't seen Elves for a while, though, which is why it's not in there.
Fair enough.
I think Elves is top 8'd like 2 recent challenges, but yeah, I mean Stompy, I have just not seen Stompy anywhere. I think Sacred Devil is the only person playing it right now.
Yes.
How have you felt about that one Forgotten Cave over a 17th Mountain?
It's still on the fence for me. I'm like, it's definitely been a land drop I've drawn late and gone, oh good, thank goodness I can draw a different card. But it's equally been a card that's I've drawn and gone, crap, it's a tap land.
Does not sacrifice the Fire Blast.
Yeah.
The opponent knew that feeling well with that one of Bajuka Bog.
Yeah, you saw it a couple times there.
Oh, it was Bajuka Bog got that opponent very much tonight. This whole tournament. But you have a lot more actual lands than rather. You have 16 mountains and they have 13 swamps, so you have a lot more chances to draw an untapped land.
That's true.
All right. Are there any changes you'd make here? I notice you only have the 3 curses.
Yeah, in this meta in particular, I think I don't think I would make many changes. I honestly didn't have to sideboard a lot, just from the matchups I was playing. It was mostly curses coming out, and for like Keldon coming in for more aggro or for Electricry in that black matchup.
Yeah, that seemed pretty good. What did you end up boarding out in that black matchup?
It was the 3 curses.
And you only brought in...
I only brought in one Keldon. Yeah, I brought in 2 Electricries and the 1 Keldon.
So you brought in the 1 Keldon and it showed up twice and it was great both times?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, you did the perfect amount of sideboarding.
Yeah, really, I only brought him in because he's better than the Curse of the Pierce Heart. And none of the other sideboard cards would have been. But I don't think he's better than any of our burn spells or removal spells against them.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they have a bunch of unblockable stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, he's mostly in there just to get in for 3 damage.
Seems better than Curse, either way.
Yeah.
All right, Diego, you got any more questions for our champion?
I would say Gitu Lava Runner. How did you feel about it?
I've always been pretty hot on that card. It's been probably the best 1-drop creature that Mono Red has in Pauper.
That's yeah.
It's certainly good when your opponent never has a removal spell for it.
Absolutely. I mean, even if they do, if they're using their removal spell on it rather than using their removal spell on your O3, then it's worth it.
Yep. If you can draw both of those and they only draw their own removal spell, seems
fair.
Good. Or no removal spells.
That's always better.
Yeah.
All right. So would you recommend this deck for people who want to set the world on fire?
Yeah, no, I definitely think Mono Red's a good deck, and I think it's to play it at its highest tier, it's probably deceptively hard. I know you can get a lot of easy wins with it, but if you can easily lose if you sequence wrong. So I think if anyone's looking into playing Burn in any format, picking it up for Pauper is a good idea.
All right. Well, thank you for setting our world on fire, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right.
I think that'll just about do it for all of us, unless we have some more fancy matchups coming. Probably not, though. That's a shame. All right.
All right.
Mr.
Thank you,
Diego, can
everybody,
you
for
handle?
watching.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. As always, if you want to stop by the Playaway Discord, which graciously hosted this tournament, it's basically the best stop for paper webcam magic, which a lot of people cannot bug. Yeah, if you want to see more tournaments like these, I believe they are regular.
Just join the Playaway Discord. If you're watching this on Twitch, there may be a link below. If you're watching this on YouTube, it may be a link below. Who knows? There will be. All right. I'm Hellsaw. Thanks for watching.
I'm Diego Brando, and we'll see you next time.
Later.